in the 60s, the University of Nairobi Faculty of Law similarly emerged from the Faculty of Commerce at the end of the decade, becoming a fully fledged faculty as what is today proudly termed as the law.
Now, as you can see, shortly we'll be seeing the academic procession appear from what is known as the Fountain of Knowledge, which is a signature for the university. We are expecting to see the scouts and the band go ahead of the academic procession, followed by our esteemed PhD students who are waiting to be conferred with their degrees, their PhD degrees. And so at this point, allow me to give way to the academic procession. I have been your presenter, Emma Jaber, reporting for UNCTV. Thank you.
Go to Napotazama tunaangalia kwamba tunaona kwamba bendi ya askari tawala, wanaskauti wa chuo kikuu cha Nairobi wapo imara na tayari mbele ya Fountain of Knowledge katika eneo hilo, na kwa mwendo wa aste aste wataweza kujumuika nasi hapa ili sherehe hizi ziweze kuanza. Unapowasili katika chuo kikuu cha Nairobi, bila shaka unafahamu fika kwamba umewasili mahala spesheli. Chuo kimejengwa na kinaendelea kujengwa kwa mazingira ya kuvutia na kiusomi. Unapotazama kuna miche na miti, kuna miche na miti aina mbalimbali katika uwanja huo wa mahafal. Great Court, una miti hii imepandwa na baadhi ya wageni mashuhuri ambao wamewahi kutembelea chuo kikuu cha Nairobi. Kwa hivyo tutaomba tu kwamba msafara huo wa kiakademia utakapowasili hapa ukumbini, tutaweza kusimama, kubakia tumesimama kwa wimbo wa taifa, maombi, na baadaye naibu wa Chancellor atatangaza kuanza rasmi kwa sherehe hizi. Baada ya sherehe, mtaombwa kusimama kwa wimbo wa taifa kuashiria mwisho wa sherehe hizi.
It is a graduation week at the University of Nairobi. As we reflect on the 52 years of the academic excellence, in the 1970 graduation comes to mind. On Thursday, December 10, 1970, the University of Nairobi held its first graduation. Indeed, 2022 is a special year because that 1970 graduation ceremony was held at the University Great Court. Today, it is a nostalgic moment for us as we congregate at the Taifa Hall to do our celebration of the graduation of 52 years old. This big hall was opened by the princess of the realm. Margaret came all the way to open it, and of course, she planted a royal palm on the sides. Taifa Hall seems big and forbidding to students who have sat exams here. To the alumni of the 70s, this is the hall in which they were received into the fraternity of student life. The hall has witnessed public lectures, homecoming lectures, plays, and performances that have tickled the imagination. Perhaps part of the season of intellect is due to the bright blue star symbol emblazoned in the ceiling of this great hall. As one speaker remarked, after one lecture series, to come is glorious, but to come together is divine. In reference to coming back home to Taifa Hall is a house of fame and glory. The walls need to talk, the rafters need to tell the story, spinning joyous and sorrowful tales of the life that it has witnessed. There's one time when first years were having their orientation in this wonderful famous hall. They were told to undertake exams on the first day of orientation. However, they were told to listen to instructions and read the questions carefully before attempting any. Some students never got to read the instructions on the exam paper. They were requested to attempt because when they submitted the papers, the lecturer told them they had failed the exams. The last page of the exam paper indicated, "Do not attempt any exam." The name Taifa Hall is an English signifies nation, and Taifa Hall is only one of the kind in Kenya.
Kwa mara nyingine, karibuni katika chuo kikuu cha Nairobi. Chuo kimejengwa kwa msingi ya kifilosofia inayojumuisha uongozi katika nyanja zote za taaluma. Unapowasili katika chuo kikuu cha Nairobi, bila shaka unagundua kwamba umewasili mahala spesheli. Kuwajuza tu ni kwamba sherehe za kufuzu zimeweza kuandaliwa miaka 3 iliyopita, zikiwa ni sherehe za kufuzu za 63, 64, 65 na 66 katika uwanja wa Great Court. Sababu kuu ikiwa ni janga la uviko 19. Kwa mara ya kwanza sherehe hizi za kufuzu hapa chuoni zinaandaliwa katika ukumbi huu wa Taifa hapa katika bewa kuu la chuo kikuu cha Nairobi. Ukumbi wenye mandhari ya kuvutia na wenye jukwaa la kisasa ambalo lina muundo msingi na hali ya juu ya teknolojia. Nje kulia mwa ukumbi wa Taifa ni jengo la Gandhi na baadhi ya sehemu teule na majengo mengine tajika katika bewa kuu ambayo mtakuwa mkitazama wakati ambapo msafara wa kiakademia na msafara wa Chancellor utakapokuwa ukija hapa jukwani. Ni pamoja na uwanja wa Great Court ambao umezungukwa na mnara wa chuo, maktaba ya uzamili na uzamifu ya Mahatma Gandhi, jengo la elimu ambapo msafara huo unaanzia ukija hapa jukwani, ukipenda Education Building, maktaba ya ukumbusho wa Jomo Kenyatta ukipenda JKML, jengo la Hislop na kitivo cha hekima ukipenda The Fountain of Knowledge. Jamii ya chuo kikuu cha Nairobi inajumuisha matabaka kutoka pembe zote za hapa nchini, kanda ya Afrika Mashariki na bara zima la Afrika na kokote kungine ulimwenguni. Siku hii ni muhimu katika historia ya chuo cha Nairobi, ikiwa ni maadhimisho ya 67 ya kufuzu tangu chuo kilipozinduliwa mnamo mwaka 1956, wakati huo chuo kijulikana kama The Royal Technical College. Mnamo Mei mwaka 1963, jina la chuo likabadilishwa kutoka The Royal Technical College na kuitwa University College of Nairobi, wakati huo kikiwa chini ya chuo kikuu cha Afrika Mashariki kilichohusisha mabewa ya Nairobi, Dar es Salaam na Makerere. Mnamo Julai mosi mwaka 1970, chuo kilihurishwa na kwa mara nyingine jina likabadilishwa na kuwa chuo kikuu cha Nairobi. Chuo cha kwanza rasmi nchini Kenya kilichozinduliwa na hayati Rais Mzee Jomo Kenyatta mnamo Disemba 10, na Chancellor akawa kwanza aliyeweza kufuzu baada ya kutuzwa shahada ya heshima ya sheria. Sherehe hii ni muhimu ikizingatiwa kwamba changamoto zimekuwa nyingi, mafanikio yasiyo na kifani na ahadi tele za siku bora zijazo. Kuwajuza tu kwa mukhtasari baadhi ya matukio ambayo yameshuhudiwa hivi karibuni hapa chuoni kuambatana na ratiba ya kalenda ya chuo ni pamoja na mwakani chuo kutangaza nafasi 654 ya uwezo wa kuwapokea wanafunzi katika programu 56 inazotoa katika shahada ya kwanza, na chuo kiliweza kuafikia asilimia 88 ya kuwasajili wanafunzi kupitia mchakato wa KUSPS Kuanzia mwanzo wa wiki hii, wanafunzi hao wameweza kusajiliwa na kujiunga na Chuo Kikuu cha Nairobi. Mnamo tarehe 30 mwezi wa Juni mwaka huu, chuo kiliweza kuandaa dhifa ya kuzindua rasmi wakfu wa chuo, ukipenda University of Nairobi Foundation. Chuo hakina budi kuwashukuru wote waliochangia uzinduzi huu na unanuia kuinua na kusaidia jamii kikamilifu. Chuo kinatoa changamoto kwa wote wanaofuzu waweze kuchangia wakfu huu katika tovuti ya wakfu huu, kupitia tovuti ya wakfu huu ambayo ina anwani foundation.unbi.ac.ke. Katika ukurasa huu utapata habari zaidi kuhusiana na jinsi unavyoweza kuchangia wakfu huu wa Chuo Kikuu cha Nairobi. Ili kuhakikisha chuo kinafikia malengo yake, mnamo Julai 7 mwaka huu, katika ukumbi huu wa Taifa, chuo kiliandikisha mkataba wa kihistoria wa ushirikiano na shirika la kimataifa la GCA, ukipenda Global Center on Adaptation, ili kusaidia mikakati ya kupambana na mabadiliko ya hali ya hewa. Sherehe ya uzinduzi ilishuhudiwa na Rais mstaafu Uhuru Kenyatta, aliyeteuliwa kama balozi bingwa wa kimataifa katika mchakato wa kuongeza kasi ya kupambana na mabadiliko ya hali ya hewa barani na ulimwenguni. Majuzi, chuo kiliweza kukamilisha uchaguzi wa wakuu wa vitivo mbalimbali ambao wana jukumu kuu katika usimamizi wa chuo na kuafikia mabadiliko lengwa na mabadiliko ya kudumu. Hapo jana, naibu mkuu wa chuo aliwahutubia wanafunzi wa mwaka wa kwanza katika ukumbi huu wa Taifa. Hii ni baada ya wao kusajiliwa kuanzia mwanzo mwa wiki hii. Msafara wa kiakademia sasa umeanza kuja hapa, wanaongezwa na bendi ya askari utawala. Wako katika eneo la Fountain of Knowledge, katika eneo hilo, kitivo cha hekima. Wanakuja kwa mwendo wa aste aste. Kushoto mwa uwanja huo ni ule uwanja wa Great Court. Uwanja wa Great Court ambao ni uwanja wa kihistoria, kwani baadhi ya viongozi mashuhuri, ukitazama pale kuna miche mbalimbali, kuna miti, kuna mibetule, michikichi, mifune, miseda, mishira. Miti hii yote imepandwa na baadhi ya watu tajika sana katika taifa la Kenya, na viongozi wengi katika ulimwengu mzima wameweza kutembelea Chuo Kikuu cha Nairobi, na kando na kutoa hotuba katika ukumbi huu wa Taifa, wameweza kuwa na nafasi murua ya kuweza kupanda hiyo miche katika eneo hilo. Jengo ambalo mnalitazama ni jengo la Gandhi. Jengo hilo la Gandhi, upande wa kushoto, katika mtazamo wa televisheni yako, kushoto mwa mtazamo huo, jengo hilo ni jengo la Gandhi. Tampisha mwenzangu Linet ili aweze kutupa matangazo zaidi kwa lugha ya Kiingereza.
I'm stuck. Graduates, distinguished guests, parents, relatives, friends. Once the academic procession starts moving towards the dais, we request all guests to stand and remain silent as the Chancellor leads the academic procession for the ceremony to begin. Once the academic procession arrives at the dais, we will remain standing for the national anthem that is being led by the University of Nairobi Choir, that will also sing the East African anthem and the University of Nairobi anthem. Let us get some entertainment from the University Nairobi Choir. due to the COVID-19 protocol, pandemic protocol, those who are physically present, we urge you to strictly observe the COVID-19 pandemic. We now have the PhD students walking into the hall.
Wanaoingia sasa ambao wako katika ule msafara wa kwanza ni wanafunzi wanaofuzu na shahada ya uzamifu, ukipenda PhD. Wao ndio wanaongoza msafara huu wakiwa wa kwanza kuingia hapa ukumbini. Tuendelee kuketi msafara huu utakapokuwa unaingia ukumbini, lakini tutawaomba muweze kusimama na kubakia mmesimama. Tuketi tafadhali. Hawa ni PhD wanaoingia. Tafadhali tuketi. Tafadhali tuketi. Naomba tuketi tafadhali. Can we remain seated? Tafadhali tuketi. Tutasimama tu pindi msafara wa kiakademia utakapokuwa ukiingia, ambao bado hawajajumika hapa ukumbini. Wanafunzi wanaoingia ni wa shahada ya uzamili, wanafaidi viti vyao. Tafadhali tubakie tumeketi. Pongezi za dhati na kongole kwa wanaofuzu na shahada ya uzamifu na wanapata fursa ya kujumuika nasi katika sherehe hizi hapa ukumbini. Mtazamo ambao uko katika televisheni yako unaowatazama ni msafara wa kiakademia ambao unaongozwa na wanafunzi. Wanafunzi wako mbele wa ule msafara, wanaongoza msafara huo. Nyuma karibu nao wanaofuata kwa karibu, wanaofuata kwa karibu ni baadhi ya wakuu wa vitivo. Mrajisi wa kiakademia pia yuko pale na baadhi ya wakuu wengine wa chuo. Asante sana kwa kuendelea kufuatilia matangazo haya ya moja kwa moja, tukikumbusha kwamba hizi ni sherehe za 67 za kufuzu chuo kikuu cha Nairobi.
The students who are walking in now, these are the graduates for PhD. Congratulations, class 2022. Let's keep making lots of noise on social media through hashtag UNBI, hashtag Nikona Evidence, hashtag WeAreUON. Congratulations, class 2022. I'll kindly request the PhD students to sit as we wait for the academic procession to come in. May we remain Can we be upstanding as the academic procession walks into the hall? May we all remain upstanding kindly as the academic procession walks into the hall. May we all remain upstanding. Kindly may we all stand up for the academic procession as they walk into the hall. Thank you.
Asante sana, tubakie tumesimama. Huu ni msafara wa kiakademia ambao unaingia hapa jukwani, na tutaomba tu tafadhali mbakie mmesimama, na tutakuwa na wimbo wa taifa kuashiria sherehe kuanza. Kisha baadaye tutakuwa na maombi na naibu mkuu wa chuo Profesa Steven Kiama Gitahi atatangaza kuanza rasmi kwa sherehe hizi. Kisha tutaketi ili tuweze kuelekezwa kuhusiana na ratiba itakayofuata. Tutaomba tu pindi baada ya sherehe mtaomba kusimama kwa wimbo wa taifa kuashiria mwisho wa sherehe za siku ya leo, sherehe za 67. Kwa mara nyingine, pongezi na kongole za dhati kwa wanaofuzu na shahada ya uzamili, shahada ya kwanza, stashahada na shahada nyinginezo ambazo zinatolewa siku hii ya leo.
University of Nairobi, we labor all together in search for knowledge and truth. We bless and honor thee. We are the pinnacle of excellence in knowledge, knowledge to serve our motherland. O Kenya, knowledge to serve our motherland. future for us is bright, and the children shall drink from the fount of knowledge. Knowledge shall surely set them free. Knowledge shall surely set them free.
In the presence of the Lord, we thank him for the gift of life. We thank him for the gift of a beautiful morning that we can come together to celebrate our graduation ceremony. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, in whose presence we are gathered this morning, you are God over all the nations of the earth. We acknowledge that you are the creator, the provider, and sustainer of all things that we possess and everything we are. We come to you as University of Nairobi community, seeking for your guidance and blessings as we celebrate our 67th graduation ceremony today. We pray for your blessings upon our Chancellor, upon PS Education, the chairperson of the council and council members, our Vice Chancellor, our Deputy Vice Chancellor, our AVC, CO, deans and associate deans, members of staff and students, and all our invited guests. We thank you for University of Nairobi and for how graciously you have led us over the years. We particularly pray for today's team of graduates, each one of them by name, that you, dear Lord, would bless them and use them to be channels of blessings that will bring positive change in their societies and in the world at large. Lord, we cannot forget to pray for our nation, Kenya. Your word reminds us to pray for the prosperity of the nation. For when we pray for your blessings upon our nation leaders, and our nation prospers, we also prosper as citizens. And so, dear Lord, we pray that you would grant our leadership wisdom and divine guidance to lead this great nation in the path of peace and prosperity. We also pray for ourselves. Help us, dear Lord, we pray, that we may be good stewards of resources and opportunities that you've given to us. Grant us hearts that love you and make us humble and faithful servants. We make this prayer through Christ our Lord.
By virtue of the authority entrusted to me by Statute 3, Section 3 of the University of Nairobi Statutes of 2013, I declare this assembly a congregation of the University of Nairobi.
With your permission, Chancellor, may we take our seats. Madam Chancellor, Vice Chancellor, Chair of Council, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, by the authority of Statute 4A of 2013, and consequently by the functions of Senate, I welcome all of you present in person and those online to this 67th congregation of the University of Nairobi being held here at Taifa Hall today, the 23rd of September, 2022. Madam Chancellor, my name is Julius Ogengo. I'm Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs. With your permission, I take us quickly through the order of events for the day. We will have a brief session of entertainment. Then we'll take brief speeches and proceed to the conferment of degrees and award of diplomas. We expect we should be done within 2 hours. I now call upon the University Choir to give us some entertainment.
Karibuni siku ya leo wageni wetu. Chuo Nairobi tunakaribisha wageni wote. Karibuni siku ya leo wageni wetu. Chuo Nairobi tunakaribisha wageni wote. Tuungane sisi sote tuwe jamii moja, ili tujenge nchi yetu Kenya iende mbele. Tuungane sisi sote tuwe jamii moja, ili tujenge nchi yetu Kenya iende mbele. Karibuni siku ya leo wageni wetu. Chuo Nairobi tunakaribisha wageni wote. Karibuni siku ya leo wageni wetu. Chuo Nairobi tunakaribisha wageni wote. Tuungane sisi sote tuwe jamii moja, ili tujenge nchi yetu Kenya iende mbele. Tuungane sisi sote tuwe jamii moja, ili tujenge nchi yetu Kenya iende mbele. Dunia nzima inatutambua. Ayaye chuo Nairobi hakuna matata. Ayaye inatutambua. Ayaye chuo Nairobi hakuna matata. Ayaye tutawapenda sana. Ayaye chuo Nairobi hakuna matata. Ayaye tutawapenda sana. Ayaye chuo Nairobi hakuna matata. Ayaye tumezingatia. Ayaye chuo Nairobi hakuna matata. Ayaye tunazingatia. Ayaye chuo Nairobi hakuna matata. Ayaye wenu nyote mnaofuzu leo tapata shahada ili kujenga Kenya. Chuo Nairobi kimekufunza vyema. Mnaofuzu leo tapata shahada ili kujenga Kenya. Iwe kielelezo. Chuo Nairobi kimekufunza vyema. University twasonga mbele. University haturudi nyuma. University twasonga mbele. University haturudi nyuma. Wengi wamefuzu kutoka chuo cha Nairobi. Madaktari, walimu na wahandisi. Mawakili ni wengi na wachoraji ramani. Chuo Nairobi ni chemichemi ya akili. Wengi wamefuzu kutoka chuo cha Nairobi. Madaktari, walimu na wahandisi. Mawakili ni wengi na wachoraji ramani. Chuo Nairobi ni chemichemi ya akili. University twasonga mbele. University haturudi nyuma. University twasonga mbele. University haturudi nyuma. Kwa utafiti tumepiga hatua nyingi. Afrika wa kwanza kuweka figo kwa binadamu. Dawa ya corona tunashughulika sana. Chuo Nairobi ni chemichemi ya akili. Kwa utafiti tumepiga hatua nyingi. Afrika wa kwanza kuweka figo kwa binadamu. Dawa ya corona tunashughulika sana. Chuo Nairobi ni chemichemi ya akili. University twasonga mbele. University haturudi nyuma. University twasonga mbele. University haturudi nyuma. Hata kwa kilimo tumepiga hatua nyingi. Tazama Kabete, ng'ombe, kondoo ni wengi. Shamba la kibwezi, kijani kibichi kwenye jangwa. Twanyunyiza maji ili kupanda mimea. Hata kwa kilimo tumepiga hatua nyingi. Tazama Kabete, ng'ombe, kondoo ni wengi. Shamba la kibwezi, kijani kibichi kwenye jangwa. Twanyunyiza maji ili kupanda mimea. Kweli University twasonga mbele. Cha Nairobi University haturudi nyuma. Chuo kikuu University twasonga mbele. Cha Nairobi University haturudi nyuma. Mlango uwazi, wananchi wasome. Chuo Nairobi tunayo masomo ya ziada. Malipo ya kiasi, mtapata elimu. Hakuna haja kwenda kusomea ng'ambo. Mlango uwazi, wananchi wasome. Chuo Nairobi tunayo masomo ya ziada. Malipo ya kiasi, mtapata elimu. Hakuna haja kwenda kusomea ng'ambo. Kweli University twasonga mbele. Cha Nairobi University haturudi nyuma. Chuo kikuu University twasonga mbele. Cha Nairobi University haturudi nyuma.
Thank you very much, choir. May we applaud them again. We will now take some brief speeches. And the first is a valedictory speech. It will be given by Cynthia Wahito. Cynthia Wahito, many of you will remember, was the best student in the program of Bachelor of Architectural Studies. 2 years later, she became the best student in Bachelor of Architecture with an aggregate score of 86.5%, and consequently has earned herself a scholarship and proceed to the US. So may we applaud her. We will now receive her remarks virtually from the US.
Vice Chancellor, Deputy Vice Chancellors, Principals of colleges, Deans and Directors, Your Excellencies the Ambassadors, our beloved lecturers, parents, fellow graduates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. A good morning to you all. I am delighted to welcome you to the University of Nairobi 67th graduation ceremony. Today, we honor graduates of the class of 2022 for their academic achievements during their time at the university. Your diligence, perseverance, and hard work has paid off, and it is the reason we gather here today. A big congratulations to us all. My name is Cynthia Wahito Ndegwa from the Department of Architecture, Faculty of the Built Environment and Design. I am honored to deliver this speech on behalf of the graduating class. Class of 2022, we have made it. The University of Nairobi today has become home of great doctors, lawyers, teachers, engineers, psychologists, architects, nurses, etc. No matter our reasons for choosing this institution a few years ago, what is important is that we are now gathered here to celebrate our triumphs, victories, and achievements, both individually and as a school. Each of us has had our own unique experiences at UON, a combination of good times, bad times, times of laughter and of joy, times of school spirit, and of course, times of last minute studies, tough deadlines, and for the architecture folks, studio crunch time. We thank God for bringing us this far. Today, I dedicate this speech to my dearest mother, Miriam, who I lost a year ago. Your dream was always to see your children thrive, and this day is a reflection of your victorious parenting yet again. May you rest in peace, knowing that your product of hard work extends far and beyond. I extend my deepest gratitude to my father, Ndegwa Kamau, and my siblings, Henry and Alvin, and my relatives who have supported and cheered me on every step of the way. I would also like to thank the University of Nairobi faculty, the Department of Architecture, to whom I am forever indebted. My tutors, Architect Musal Kimeu and Architect Mombi, thank you for your guidance. To my friends and peers who made waking up on Monday mornings and showing up a little easier, thank you for being a support system. To the SWA authorities, Club 36 and similar giants, thank you for keeping us going. To the support staff who ensure our smooth learning by providing clean spaces, thank you. And last but not least, many thanks to the society at large who in their own way have made our journey possible. Graduation marks yet the end of another extraordinary chapter in our lives. And with this chapter closed, I am certain that many of us are already anxious about starting the next one, because unlike a book, we cannot skip through the pages to see how long the next chapter is going to be. We all have our own books of life, and every day that passes is yet another page rewriting. Luckily, as UON graduates, we have been given all the paper and ink we need to write our own stories. And with the love and support of our families, friends, and fellow graduates, our stories will become the bestsellers. Wherever your future takes you, let it take you somewhere. Life is a journey, and the accomplishments we achieve should be taken as starting points for other achievements. Life is about growing and becoming. Our graduation serves as a launching point, projecting us to our destined futures, whatever that may be. All the best as you make bold moves in your lives. All the best as you take up spaces and opportunities that are meant for you. All the best as you propel the culture of the university as an institution committed towards excellence. We live here today empowered. We have met a wide array of people, made lasting friendships, and lived through lifelong memories. We have been equipped to transform. In conclusion, drawing from the words of Tom Brokaw, and I quote, "You have been educated. Your certification is in your degree. You may think of it as a ticket to a good life. Let me ask you to think of an alternative. Think of it as a ticket to change the world. Let us remember to pay it forward." Congratulations once again to the class of 2022, and may the Almighty God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I now call upon the Alumni Association. On this occasion, will be represented by Dr. Amit Thacker.
The Chancellor, Dr. Viju Rathansi, the Chairperson of the Council, Professor Miriam Were, members of the University Council, Vice Chancellor Professor Stephen Kiama, Deputy Vice Chancellors, Deans of Faculties and Associate Deans, Chairpersons of Departments, the academic fraternity, distinguished guests, fellow alumni of the University of Nairobi, parents, guardians, graduates. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Amit Thacker. I'm part of the University of Alumni, and exactly 40 years ago, I was on this side, on the other side, feeling the same way that the graduates are feeling today, elated. So let me, on behalf of the University of Nairobi Alumni Association and an alumnus of this great university, once again pass on the greetings of our entire council. I am delighted once again to join the entire university fraternity and all invited stakeholders for the 67th graduation ceremony. On behalf of the chairperson of the University of Alumni, Mr. Isaac Owundo, and on behalf of our leadership team, may I take this opportunity to congratulate my alma mater for producing the President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency, Honorable William Samoei Ruto, and the Deputy President, Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, and many more dignitaries in decision-making globally and locally that this institution has produced. To the fellow graduates, the trajectory path that you have followed to be here today is a journey worth appreciating and celebrating as an individual, a community, and collectively. May I take this opportunity to congratulate you in a special way that we are proud of you in your achievement. This is a job well done. In the same breath, I encourage you to utilize the skills, competencies, and knowledge acquired during your time at the university to transform our communities, country, and beyond in a meaningful way. As our theme for this graduation ceremony is promoting innovation and entrepreneurship for sustainable development, I take this opportunity to encourage you to think of innovation and entrepreneurship as you begin your journey, a topic that is quite dear and close to me. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to also echo the wise words one of the Africa's most renowned entrepreneur was in our midst, Chris Kirubi, when he said, "Business is always a struggle. There are obstacles and competitors. There is never an open road, except the wide road that leads to failure. Every great success has always been achieved by fight, every winner has scars. The men who succeed are the efficient few. They are the few who have the ambition and willpower to develop themselves. So choose to be among the few today. While sometimes we may be worried about the opportunities for jobs, internship, and entrepreneurship, I want to encourage you today that everything is possible when you are determined and focused. I call upon all of you graduating today to do your best you can at whatever level you put your practice, the knowledge and competencies you've gained while at the university. When you join the rest of us out here in the world of hard and decent work, consider taking up any available opportunity, however small or sketchy it may appear. Look up and believe in yourself and in the training and skills you acquired while at the university. As an association, we continue to applaud the excellent job the university has continued to do in regards to online learning. Our vision of a world-class university committed to scholarly excellence has continued to shine in diverse circumstances under the leadership of our Vice Chancellor, Professor Kiyama, and his management team. I believe that we will even thrive and scale to greater heights moving into the future. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, as an association, we'll continue to support our alma mater in whatever way we can. This we will continue through the funds we generate from the alumni and other activities. In the recent past, we have supported the university in various endeavors, including, but not limited to the following: University of Nairobi Foundation, the launch of the University of Nairobi Foundation, the Nairobi Innovation Week, Nairobi International Trade Fair, rewarding the top performers in all faculties every academic year, the scholarship fund of 2 million shillings towards bright students, but also the needy students. In 2022, our association supported a total of 97 students. Thank you. We also support student mentorship programs, and we are involved very deeply in the Nairobi Innovation Week. And finally, we also continuously participate in sporting and social activities. Our symbiotic relationship remains and will even grow stronger within the university ecosystem. I encourage more engagement, especially on the areas of mutual interest for betterment of our alma mater and of our Alumni Association, together with the newly launched University of Nairobi Foundation. Finally, to our graduates, as you step out today, I remind you to conduct yourself with decorum, sense of commitment, patriotism, and integrity that makes the graduate of University of Nairobi to be the most desirable graduate in the country, region, and globe. I have no doubt that you'll be great ambassadors of our alma mater and a blessing to many wherever you go from here. I encourage you to join the Alumni Association. And for more information about the Alumni Association, visit our website or follow us on social media pages and join our community. Also, outside the Taifa Hall today, visit the alumni table and the display stand, and you can engage with our management team. Our slogan is, our alumni, our strength. May you receive blessings in abundance. Thank you very much.
I will now call upon the Chair of Council, Professor Miriam Mwere.
Thank you. Professor George Makoha, our Cabinet Secretary for Education, Ambassador Simon Nabukwesi, Principal Secretary for University Education, our Chancellor, Dr. Lijo Natanzi, members of the University Council present, our Vice Chancellor, Professor Stephen Kiama Kitahi, our Chair of the University of Nairobi Alumni Association, Mr. Isaac Awondo, ambassadors, high commissioners, and heads of mission, distinguished partners, university staff, all graduates, visitors joining us online and around the globe, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Greetings and a warm welcome to the 67th University of Nairobi graduation ceremony, which is also virtual. As the first national university in Kenya, we have continued to live true to our mission of providing quality university education and training. By doing so, we have provided the country and the entire world at large with technical and professional human resources. We have produced important innovators and opened new frontiers of knowledge through research. I trust that our graduates, alumni, and employers represented here physically and virtually would attest to that. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Council, I give our hearty congratulations to the graduating class of 2022, whose graduation we have come to witness and celebrate in this 67th congregation of the university. According to my tradition, when you say you celebrate, you dance, but I'm not allowed to dance, I don't think. Mwana mberi bayaye, mwana mberi bayaye, mwana mberi shekhe, mwana mberi bayaye, mwana mberi bayaye, mwana mberi shekhe. I take this opportunity to congratulate all Kenyans for peacefully participating in the just concluded general election that put in office a new administration. I take this opportunity on behalf of the Council of the University of Nairobi and the university community at large to relay our congratulations to our alumnus and to the fifth President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samuel Ruto, and his team. Most of those in the team are alumni of the University of Nairobi. As a university, we take great pride in our outstanding alumni. We implore all of you to be living testimony of the university's mission of embodying the aspirations of the Kenyan people and the global community. As a university, we affirm our commitment to supporting the government towards the attainment of her development agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, our quest to reform at the University of Nairobi, benchmarked against global best practices, was informed by the unfolding realities of the 21st century and the need to align our priorities with the demands of changing times. May I at this juncture take cognizance of the commendable work done by my predecessor, Professor Julia Ojambo, and her council. I pledge that the council under my stewardship will continue to maintain appropriate governance structures and enabling policies that serve to maintain the university's corporate identity, reputation, and responsibility in line with our mission and values. The Council is conscious of the need to raise staff morale for enhanced productivity. I would, however, like to point out that in the current economic circumstances, we need a lot of patience from staff and students, because realistically, we may not satisfy the needs of everybody at one go. I appeal to the incoming government administration to treat universities in the same way other parastatals in financial distress are treated. Like other parastatals, universities are public entities with a mandate to fulfill. The University of Nairobi has performed very well, and in many areas, as have other universities. Universities play such strategic roles in national development that they deserve to be bailed out when they experience economic shocks arising from macroeconomic turbulence. The Council will continue to support the university's endeavors in research and entrepreneurship by strengthening the policy framework. The Council will also work with the university management and the Senate to put in place policies and focus on improving staff and student welfare. I'm particularly impressed that at long last, the university is implementing work-study program that support needy students and has also established an equipped skills center to equip University of Nairobi students with soft skills. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to take this opportunity to appreciate the work that my sister, Dr. Valedictory, the Chancellor of the University of Nairobi, has continued to do in the sector of the university. To her credit, Dr. Valedictory constituted the first ever visitation panel in a Kenyan university. The eminent panel, under the able leadership of Professor Margaret Kobia, now the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Public Service and Gender, submitted its report in 2018. It is this report that formed the blueprint from which the current reforms are derived. We thank the Chancellor for this visionary decision. Simampigia makofi. In conclusion, the ladies and gentlemen graduating today with their first degree, this is when you officially join the labor market. Some of you for the first time. Do not despair on the journey in the labor market. Each of you has a unique life, and that includes unique and different paths. Some of you may be absorbed into the labor market within a very short time, while some of you may keep waiting for a while. In the midst of all this, you may tend to feel discouraged, but our prayers, your prayers and cries to God aren't being heard. But always put your trust in God. The Bible says God is greater than our heart, and He knows everything. Sometimes what comes later is much bigger than what came earlier. Besides, maintaining a positive investigative outlook can lead you to a discovery that could help not only yourself, but many others. Learn to live in a positive relationship with God and refuse to be negative about life. The words of Proverbs 3:5 state, lean on, trust in, and be confident in the Lord with all your heart and mind, and do not rely on your own insight or understanding. In all your ways, know, recognize, and acknowledge Him, and He will direct your path. This outlook helps to avoid making the mistake of trying to figure out everything about ourselves. Of course, we must be inquisitive and on the lookout for opportunities. Even in the process, we develop habits of listening to the inner voice within us and consider allowing that voice to guide us. Also, many of us owe our success to the guidance, mentorship, and sacrifice of those who came before us. A positive attitude can open doors even when all seems hopeless. Above all, don't destroy your possibilities with negative side shows, like taking alcohol and other drugs to cheer yourself up, they tell me, when they don't actually cheer themselves, and interfere with your judgment and have kept many blinded for life. Finally, I pray that good luck be with you wherever you go. I pray that blessings outnumber the shocks you encounter. I pray that your joyful days be many more than your troubled. I pray that you have the insight to know where you have been and the foresight to know where you could be in future. I pray that you will keep away from harmful habits and give them up if you are already in them, so that you may open your doors to prosperous living. Above all, I pray that God's guidance be upon each of you and lead you to a peaceful mind, that God's blessings may descend upon you throughout your lives. Asanteni sana na Mungu ambariki.
It is now my pleasure to invite the Vice Chancellor and the Chair of Senate to deliver his address, and then invite Cabinet Secretary and the Chancellor. Vice Chancellor.
The Chancellor of the University of Nairobi, Dr. Fiju Latanzi, the Principal Secretary, State Department for University Education, Ambassador Simon Nabukwesi, the Chair of the University of Nairobi Council, Professor Miriam Wele, members of University of Nairobi Council here present, and those others online, Your Excellency, Ambassador Basha Debere Buta, Ambassador of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, Kenya, the High Commissioners and Ambassadors present, the Vice Chancellor, KCA, Professor Isaiah Wakidiki, the Deputy CEO, University Fund, Nelson Kwanini, Chairman of the University of Nairobi Alumni Association, Dr. Smith Tucker, all deans of faculties here present, the Deputy Vice Chancellor and the Associate Vice Chancellor, as well as the Chief Operations Officer, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Madam Chancellor, University of Nairobi is a living organism. Yesterday, we were here, Madam Chancellor, to receive a new class of 2022-2023. And again, today we'll be presenting to you others we have matured to go and serve the world in different capacities. This is the first time, Madam Chancellor, also that we are holding our graduation in this Taifa Hall. We have previously leased tents to do this, and we decided that now we have a good facility. We must do it here, Madam Chancellor. Isn't it? You note also that the writing is much more improved. So we got support from benefactors to put these better lights in the Taifa Hall so that whenever we have big events here, we don't have to hire lights for specific events. Isn't it? I also want to mention to you that even the airing of this, live airing of this event is being done through our own television, University of Nairobi TV and radio. Yeah. So that is an indication that as a university, we are moving. We are moving, and we have to keep moving. This is a living organism. It is my distinct pleasure and honor to welcome you all to this 67th graduation ceremony at the University of Nairobi. I wish to congratulate all the 3,553 graduates who will be conferred with various degrees and diplomas by the Chancellor, Dr. Vijura Tansi, this morning, after having satisfied the Board of Examiners and Senate for the various awards. The university, and no doubt your families, are very proud of your achievements. Madam Chancellor, the graduates that the Senate will present to you shortly have been provided with the necessary knowledge in their respective disciplines, as well as skills for discovery. These fine men and women have received adequate mentorship from this institution that will give them an edge over their peers. They have been equipped well enough to succeed, and they shall succeed. We have, Madam Chancellor, equipped them with the skills and knowledge which are necessary for taming the earth, or subduing the earth, or you wish, conquering the earth. They shall not sit back and complain when they encounter new challenges, but we will draw from what they have been taught, the resource they have, to offer solutions. The University of Nairobi is proud to produce solution providers. They join a long list of members of university convocation, currently studying at 256,000 and still counting. The membership to the convocation, Madam Chancellor, is permanent. Once you are a member, you are a member. And there is expectations placed on you. Yeah. Through these members of the convocation, the university has contributed immensely to the social and economic transformation of this country. The country is better because we all, as a university, we labor every day in unity to fulfill this desire, to make the country and the globe better. Our graduates, Madam Chancellor, are in the forefront to providing solutions on food security, protection of environment, combating diseases, providing sustainable housing, as well as issues of climate change. Madam Chancellor, as a testimony of the relevance of the University of Nairobi, our alumni have continued to be entrusted with various leadership positions in this country and globally. And the chair of the alumni has already mentioned this, as well as the chair of council. The current president of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, is our own alumni. The current president, the current deputy president, as well as the speakers of parliament, the National Assembly and Senate, are also members of this university, as well as the president of the Supreme Court and all the judges of the Supreme Court. Madam Chancellor, therefore, there can never be a clearer endorsement of our training. We produce problem solvers, those who are ready to subdue the earth. Madam Chancellor, you recall that some years back, we honored one of our own, that is Professor Wangari Maathai, who won a Nobel Prize for her role in conserving the environment and the linkage of peace, governance, and the environment. Madam Chancellor, Professor Richard Samson Dodingo from this university also served as the vice chair of IPCC for about 20 years. This organization, the IPCC, that is Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, together with the former Vice President of United States of America, Al Gore, received a Nobel Prize in 2007. For their role in the effort to build up and disseminate greater knowledge about man-made climate change and to lay the foundation for the measures that are needed to counteract such change. Again and again, we have produced the best. You may wonder how we have done this. We have the human resource that is well-trained, the professors, the technical staff, and the administrators that work as a team. The environment, our campus services, are also conducive to learning. They are conducive to skills development, to knowledge, as well as discovery and mentorship. Today, Madam Chancellor, as a demonstration of the commitment to protect the environment, and informed by our commitment to conquer the earth, we shall present to you one who has demonstrated the values and philosophy of the University of Nairobi. For an award of honorary degree, Dr. Patrick Fakoyen. Dr. Fakoyen is a champion of climate change adaptation, and I congratulate you. Patrick, excellent. Patrick has also accepted to serve as the distinguished chair of the Wangari Maathai Institute for Peace and Environmental Studies, an honorary position. You may sit, sir. Madam Chancellor, this is the third year of the implementation of our 5-point reform agenda, which I shared in early 2020. When we realized that the university was faced with real danger of extinction, we choose as a university not to complain, but to look for solutions. Over this period, Madam Chancellor, we have made bold sacrifices, some which have caused some pain. And this was all to return the university to to a trajectory of relevance, vibrancy, and sustainability. Allow me to use an allegory of a burning house. Madam Chancellor, we more or less found a burning house. We have somehow put off the fire. Unfortunately, there are still embers, dangerous embers. We cannot afford to sit and rest. The fire may be back even with bigger Fijians. We must remain alert. The Senate and Council are fully aware of this matter. When we began putting off the fire, there are those who are asking, have you done the cost-benefit analysis? How much will you save from the said reforms? Madam Chancellor, I'm not sure that even in business school, and I believe the Dean of Business School, Professor Jehia, is here, they have an approach of how to teach whenever you have a house on fire. We therefore, Madam Chancellor, did our best to begin to put off the fire. And no doubt, I believe that history will judge us fairly. Nevertheless, today, Madam Chancellor, I can confirm to you that these efforts have not been in vain. We are now combing through the data to see the gains that we have made, particularly on the financial front. There are several gains that we have gotten, but particularly we have decided to begin on the financial gains. Our estimates to date, Madam Chancellor, is at about 8.2 billion in 3 years, and it's still counting. Yeah. It is clear that if we made no intervention whatsoever, the university would be in a very, very bad state. As you may recall, our interventions were multifaceted. Some, as I had indicated earlier, were a little painful, and therefore associated with the commotion that you saw and threatened to consume the university, while others, Madam Chancellor, were subtle. Interestingly, Madam Chancellor, it is those changes that were subtle that have brought about the most dividends. The painful interventions were aimed at laying the foundation of a more vibrant, relevant, and sustainable university in the long term. In bringing or laying the foundation for cost cutting in the long term, not in the immediate term, but there are those who believe that it was immediate term and they're going to be sacked and all this, but we try to do it very humanly, and those who were council members at that time remember that that is what we agreed that we will do, yeah. And we focus on the more subtle one. We are already, Madam Chancellor, receiving testimonies from within and without on the benefits of these interventions. Both staff and the students now appreciate the actions that we undertook. Permit me, Madam Chancellor, to mention some of the actions we undertook. We did the following. We reduced wastages and leakages in our financial systems. We carried out effective redeployment, rationalized workload, and automated most of our processes. We re-engineered and automated our financial processes. We enhanced use of technology in delivery of services, e-library, online meetings, online teaching and learning, and paperless operations in most cases. We exited and terminated all leases from rented premises. We shifted our publicity and marketing from mainstream print and broadcast media to the use of social media and websites. We rationalized administrative units and eradicated duplication of functions. We suspended new appointments unless in critical areas. We rationalized program offerings to focus on our flagship programs, among others. Madam Chancellor, it is important to note that these financial gains continue to be eroded by unfinanced collective bargaining agreements that are signed between the employers and the unions, as well as the underfunded differentiated unit costs. I'm glad that the Permanent Secretary for Education is here, Ambassador Abukesi, because in the same week, he has organized a meeting in Mombasa, which I could not attend, to try to deal with this problem long term. Asante, Ambassador. Yeah. For example, the last CBA resulted in an increase of about 1.6 billion on our payroll in the financial year 2022-2023, if we did not take any of the measures we had taken up to now. However, the university capitation was reduced instead of being enhanced. The doctors' allowances were enhanced in 2020-2021. Areas provided without adequate funds to pay the allowances moving forward. No funds were provided to cater for these increases. University of Nairobi is a very strategic entity for this country, Madam Chancellor. It is my hope that the government will see the need to support the initiatives we have undertaken and also provide the resources needed for the university to carry out its mandate. Madam Chancellor, the university is about people. The students, the members of staff, the alumni, the collaborators, as well as the suppliers. For the university to continue to carry out its mandate, we must make targeted strategic interventions that focus on people. The people reforms is going to be guided by the philosophy for the need to inspire and connect with the Kenyan community, to provide leadership and stewardship, and to give hope and faith to the Kenyan society that it can excel in whatever it chooses to do with passion, moral responsibility, and a strong sense of patriotism. The people's reform shall be anchored on the national values and principles of good governance, as expounded in Article 10 of our Constitution, and the University of Nairobi values of care, freedom of thought and expression, innovativeness, commitment, and trust. The Senate, Madam Chancellor, recently deliberated on this matter and approved a series of people-targeted interventions that are aimed at making university more relevant, vibrant, and sustainable. These measures, Madam Chancellor, will include developing common undergraduate courses that align with the national and global demands, implementing a robust work-study program for all students, both undergraduate and postgraduate students, for experiential learning as well as mentorship. Enhancements of students, developing strategies for enhancement of student completion rate, streamlining management of exam records to eradicate cases of complaints of missing marks, eradicate all duplications in course offerings in all faculties, review course coding to reflect the content source department so that we can be able to measure the workload appropriately, enhance our support structures for international students as well as persons with disabilities, digitalize most of our processes, redesignate staff to reflect competencies and the changing nature of job market, among others. Finally, Madam Chancellor, let me also recognize the important contribution you have continued to make in the growth of this university. You have remained a very strong pillar. Let's congratulate her. Under your able leadership, Madam Chancellor, we launched the University of Nairobi Foundation on 30th June 2022 as a special purpose vehicle for resourcing the university through mobilization of private capital and donations from philanthropy. I'm aware that since the launch, you have worked on this every day. We are always sharing, this person has indicated to support this person. So this, you have taken it personally, and we appreciate it very, very much. With the support of members of our congregation, the alumni and partners, the foundation will provide scholarship to the needy students and support innovation and entrepreneurship in the university, as well as support faculty research. This is our dream. As the Chinese say, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. We have started. Let's all walk the talk. Once again, let me congratulate you all for your achievement. God bless you richly. It is now my distinguished pleasure, Madam Chancellor, to invite the Cabinet Secretary in charge of education presented here by Ambassador Nabukwesi to address the congregation. Welcome, Ambassador.
The Chancellor of the University of Nairobi, Dr. Viju Ratansi, the Chair of the University Council, Professor Miriam Were, members of the University Council present, Excellencies, High Commissioners and Ambassadors, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi, Professor Stephen Kiama, the Vice Chancellor of KCA University, Professor Isaiah Wakindiki, Vice Chancellors of other universities present and online, the Chairman of the Alumni Association, faculty and staff, distinguished graduates, members of the Fourth Estate, my colleagues from the ministry present, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my distinct pleasure to join the University of Nairobi community in celebrating the 67th graduation ceremony. Let me take this early opportunity to congratulate all the graduates for this great achievement and for confidently getting ready to take the next step in the world of academia and work. This is a key milestone that enables you to engage in socio-economic activities, and I wish you very productive and rewarding future endeavors. We have all congregated here because of your hard work, and we have faith that great leaders are going to emerge from amongst yourselves. The University of Nairobi has a reputation of producing outstanding leaders in all sectors, including our current president, His Excellency, Dr. Ruto, the Deputy President, the Speakers of the National Assembly and the Senate, members of the National Assembly, majority of them, and the Senate, among others. And I therefore encourage you to be very proud to belong to this university and be members of the Alumni Association. I want to stress that humans love to belong and humans love to associate. So feel very proud that you are a product of this great university. 2 weeks ago, I was meeting with the High Commissioner from a country where this university originated. And the High Commissioner said he was fascinated by the performance of lawyers at the Supreme Court. And back home in his country, many people called him to want to secure a chance at the University of Nairobi so that they also produce lawyers of that caliber. Madam Chancellor, the government is cognizant of the resource challenges that the higher education sector has continued to experience. And the Vice Chancellor has alluded to that. We've been in Mombasa with all Vice Chancellors from public universities to brainstorm on this issue. They are still going on. I just left to come because I needed to attend and represent my minister during this graduation. The State Department for University Education and Research is ready to engage the new government and all stakeholders to dialogue and come up with sustainable solutions for our universities. We want to support sustainability, and we wish that universities improve and be even profoundly more globally competitive with the best of the universities in the world. I'm very happy that the University of Nairobi has taken the lead in coming up with internally driven solutions to deal with the challenges, and I want to thank the leadership of this university under the stewardship of Professor Stephen Kiama for the good governance that we have witnessed. The ministry, through the State Department for University Education and Research, has consistently encouraged universities to ensure financial sustainability by seeking internal solutions. And I'm very happy that the Chancellor herself, the Vice Chancellor, and the Council are working together to mobilize resources. I think you are leading the way, Professor Kiama, because I've not seen so much of mobilization of resources in many of our universities. So universities are global in nature, and through internationalization, collaborations and linkages with global partners, these universities can attract lucrative research grants to sustain the delivery of their core mandate, which is teaching and research. The Ministry of Education considers the University of Nairobi as a center of excellence to support the attainment of key targets under the universal goal of quality education, which is also the fourth SDG. Progressive higher education reforms will continue to be a necessity because we are dealing with dynamic challenges. Among them, one, the rising number of candidates qualifying to join universities and graduating every year and at a rate that far exceeds employment opportunities in our country. Two, diversification in training needs to bridge key skills deficit to meet labor market needs and match technologically driven global mega trends. Three, an increasing sense of global citizenship. And four, the increasing labor mobility, internationalization, and borderless collaboration in education and research. The graduates need to have acquired skills that empower them to create their own space for creative and innovative job opportunities, more of a competitive pursuit for career security as opposed to employment security. A new paradigm in higher education is not an option if we are to produce skilled graduates who can adapt to the changing labor market. This is a collective challenge for all of us, and I want to appreciate the effort that the University of Nairobi has made so far to diversify education and training opportunities. Madam Chancellor, the government encourages innovation across all sectors that address climate action and climate change adaptation. This is in support of the government policy framework as espoused in the flagship Vision 2030 development strategy and the Agenda 4 on manufacturing, affordable house, universal health care, and food security, as well as the global sustainable goals. One recent example is the award-winning eco-friendly innovation of sanitary pads by 4 Kenyan students from St. Paul's University that won the Hult Prize of Bill Clinton Foundation worth 120 million Kenya shillings in the US. This achievement enables the students to commercialize the innovation. In this era of knowledge-based economies, many universities play the influential role of producing innovations and startups that are commercialized and scaled up into huge commercial enterprises to create employment opportunities for the youth. I urge the leadership of our universities to learn from such best practices so as not to lag behind in commercialization of knowledge. The University of Nairobi, for example, has capacity to churn out and commercialize startups every month, if not every week. Knowledge transfers and entrepreneurship are important topics, and I wish to use this ceremony to challenge all universities to frequently engage in this discourse in various academic and research fora so as to create a conducive ecosystem for universities to convert knowledge into enterprises. Madam Chancellor, we all know that the University of Nairobi is strategically located, and I encourage the county government of Nairobi, development partners, and stakeholders to engage the University of Nairobi scholars in research and development activities for positive transformation of our city, of our country, and this region at large. I call upon the University Council, management, staff, and students to embrace excellence and teamwork so as to improve the standards of the university to the top league table of leading institutions in the area of academic excellence, research, innovation, commercialization, industrial collaboration, internationalization, and community service. To the graduates, the world awaits your demonstration of all the knowledge, the competencies, and skills which you have learned in this great university. I believe you are cultured and you have the capacity to make a positive and lasting impact. And I want to stress this point. When you've gone through a great university like this, you must be different from all others who have gone through different institutions, because this is our greatest. And you must give this university a special identity. Already the top leadership of this country is giving it a special identity, the best of the best in our country, in the political leadership. And so you must follow that trend. And I want to quote Professor Wangari Maathai, who also taught here, and she was respected globally. She said, the little things that each individual does in a community, in a country, gives that community or that nation a special identity. And she said, the little thing I love doing is planting trees. So for you, what is the little thing that you love to do so that you contribute to the great identity that this university is supposed to have? Please serve humanity to the best of your ability and create friendships which will encourage, inspire, and challenge you to become better than you can even imagine. You know, you can get friends who can slow you down, who can dampen your spirit, who can discourage you, and even make you feel extremely frustrated and useless. I will wish that you identify the right friends, those that will build you and make you to excel and bring out the best of yourselves. I want to encourage you also to be diligent, to be focused, and always obey the laws and regulations, because laws and regulations give meaning to life. Take care of your health and your well-being so that you may live long and serve humanity to the best of your ability. As Albert Einstein put it, and I quote, "A man who does 1/5 of his capability can rule the world." Just 1/5. Many of us do far below 1/5. But if you can just do 1/5 of your capability with the added skills and knowledge you have acquired here, you can change a lot around you. Please, I want to encourage you to do your best, to love what you do in the interest of your nation. And I want to remind you to remember the national values. Don't contribute to what we call spiritual decay and moral decay. Avoid that, do your best, and give Kenya a better identity. I wish you God's blessings and the very best in life ahead. Thank you very much.
It is now my distinguished honor to invite the Chancellor of the University, Dr. Fiji Uratansi, to address this gathering. We may arise as she comes here.
Thank you. This mic and I, we start again. Okay. I'm not tall, so this mic and I always have a fight. Thank you. Please be seated. PS Ambassador Simon Nabukwesi, representing the Ministry of Education. Professor Miriam Very, our chairperson of the University Council. All members present of the University Council. Our Vice Chancellor, Professor Stephen Kiama Gitahi. Dr. Takrar, from Nairobi Alumni Association, welcome. It's good to see you. Ambassador Pacha Debele Buta, distinguished partners, our 2B graduate, Mr. Patrick, our 2B graduate, welcome too. Ambassador, welcome. University staff, all the graduates, they are very important. Visitors joining us from around the globe. If I've forgotten anybody, all protocols observed. A very good morning to all of you. Allow me to very warmly welcome you all to our 67th graduation ceremony and by extension to the University of Nairobi. Within the context of the COVID pandemic, I am sure we all appreciate the wisdom encapsulated in these words, that the art of life is in constant readjustment to our surroundings. COVID realities have ushered us into a new era of hybrid graduation. I'm smiling as I say that, where limited physical and virtual attendances are intertwined. The inevitability of change, therefore, requires us to be flexible, and flexible we are. Ladies and gentlemen, I take cognizance that since my last graduation address, Kenyans have participated in a general election and put in office a new administration. I wish to take this early opportunity to relay our warmest congratulations to our alumnus and 5th President of the Republic of Kenya,
Dr. William Samoei Ruto and his team. Nobody's clapping. Thank you. As a university, we take great pride in our distinguished alumni who have the lifetime honor to lead the three arms of government. We hope that they will, through their stewardship, be a living testament of the university's mission of embodying the aspirations of the Kenyan people and the global community. Allow me, therefore, to wish them the very best and God's blessings and guidance as they preside over the affairs of our nation. On our part, we reaffirm our commitment to supporting the government towards the attainment of a development agenda. This morning, we pay tribute to our graduates. If your predecessors are anything to go by, you need no better demonstration that you are our leaders of tomorrow. In his book, The Leadership Challenge, James Cuvée opines that the climb to the top is arduous and steep. People become exhausted, frustrated, and disenchanted, and are very often tempted to give up. Graduates, I want you to be among the first people to congratulate you today. By the very design of our 844 education system, this graduation marks the end of your basic education cycle and the beginning of a lifelong, if not higher education in the school of life. This morning, you start the long walk towards the attainment of your dreams. The call to serve in all spheres of life is beckoning to you. Inevitably, upon your shoulders shall rest the hopes and lofty aspirations of many people. The future of this nation is encoded in your DNA. Yet, for all its promises, I can tell you that with a fair measure of certainty, that the path to your destiny will be replete with challenges. It is my duty to remind you that when challenges come your way, you must not give up. Don't even think of giving up. Your forebearers can show you many well-beaten paths, but I am not competent to advise you which one to take. Should you find a role model worth emulating, their footsteps may be worth a follow. However, should the path be engulfed in darkness down the road, stay the course and find your own way towards the light. If one dream should fall and break up into 1,000 pieces, never be afraid to pick up one of those pieces up and begin again. As Flavia Whedon said, should you ever feel like giving up, remember this story. Once upon a time, there lived a young married couple. Now I'm going to tell you a nice story, so be ready to relax. You'll be here till Christmas, but it doesn't matter. Soon after getting married, the husband started work as a teacher in a primary school. Due to lack of experience, in less than a week, he was squashed by the students and lost his job. He returned home that evening and cried his heart out. His wife heard his cries and asked him what was wrong. After listening to him, she comforted him, saying, "Don't be too sad. When you're too full, you can either pour out everything in you or nothing at all. Probably there's a more suitable job waiting for you." In a few days, the man secured another job. Days later, he was fired for his slowness. This time, the wife consoled him, saying, "There are always skillful people and those who are not. Some have experience from their years of work. As for you, how could you acquire the skill needed for this work in such a short time?" The young man didn't give up and kept looking for another job. He got drafted in several jobs, but never lasted long in those jobs. Each time, he would return home with a dejected spirit. His wife would find a way to encourage and comfort him. Never was his wife disappointed or resentful. Years went by, and this man acquired a flair in languages. He became a counselor in a school for the deaf and mute, and went on to open a school for the disabled. Years later, he would set up a chain of stores across the country, selling learned equipment for the disabled. With this, he became a very wealthy man. One day, he asked his wife, "When my future was looking so bleak, why did you have so much faith in me?" His wife smiled and said, "When a piece of land is not suitable for planting wheat, we could try planting beans. If the beans don't do well, we could try planting fruits. If the vegetation is not economical, we could instead scatter buckwheat seeds. These seeds will one day bloom into flowers. On this land itself, there will certainly be one seed that will germinate and grow." Ladies and gentlemen, the moral of this story is not to get a good wife, although that is very essential. The moral of the story is no person is useless. Find the right place and position yourself firmly in it. It may take days, weeks, months, or years, but when you find that space, own it. Sam Walton founded Walmart in 1962 at the age of 44. Harlan David Sanders founded Kentucky Fried Chicken, KFC as we know it as, in 1952 at the age of 62. In 2004, Mark Zuckerberg founded Facebook at just 20 years of age. What I'm trying to say, ladies and gentlemen, is that it's never too early or too late to find yourself. If all else fails, it is easy to give up. Take not the easier path, please, of giving up. Be daring and courageous enough to start again. I wish you all, our graduates, the very best in this lifetime. And these best wishes, and if these best wishes are needed in the next lifetime too. May the Almighty God richly bless you. May your lives in nation building be as rewarding as they may be fulfilling, that they may bear testament to the sacrifices and devotion that you have made in your educational pursuit. May you find purpose, meaning, and relevance that you may not pass quietly through history as minor characters in the play of life. May you live to your optimal best, so that at the end of life, the word potential may not find comfort on your headstone. Finally, my graduates, always remember that your university needs you. Whatever advantage your time here bequeaths you, according to your means, make effort to enable others enjoy the same advantage. May you be steadfast in joining the Alumni Association and contributing to the University of Nairobi Foundation so as to secure the future of this university and, to a larger extent, the promise of our nation. Before I conclude, I wish to publicly congratulate and welcome, I've already done this in private, the new chair of University of Nairobi Council, Professor Miriam Berry. Thank you, I've not finished yet, and the entire council membership. Welcome. Your depth of experience and wealth of knowledge will be a generous addition to the impeccable work done by your forerunner, Professor Julia Ojiambo, and her council. Within the very difficult context that we all know about, they gave an exemplary account of themselves. The fight for reform is a very bitter struggle. It claims many casualties, but must be fought to the death if survival for all is to be guaranteed. We must keep fidelity to our goals despite many enticements to abandon ship. In the words of Martin Luther King Jr., we are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. There's lots of work to do in making the university regulatory framework responsive to the current needs and dynamics, considering the resource challenges into the foreseeable future. There is need for the university to reclaim her stake as a respectable, reputable, and reliable public think tank that is above reproach. There is need to re-articulate the academic leadership of the university in public sphere. We need to re-engage with communities to make universities more relevant to their everyday lives and render time-us solutions to the problems afflicting society. It is my firm belief that the university can quickly fashion itself as a bouncing board where ideas and policies can be critiqued and their merits put to rigorous test before public deployment. There's no better day than today to consider these initiatives. Ultimately, work towards a better future for the nation must continue. Professor Vere, you can count on the university's support towards all meaningful endeavors. With those many remarks, I wish to thank you all for making this day a success for the benefit of our children and the nation. Mola wabariki, aibariki chuo chetu kikuu cha Nairobi na aibariki nchi yetu ya Kenya. Asanteni sana. Thank you.
Madam Chancellor, thank you very much. May we applaud the Chancellor again. We now move to the next segment, and I'd like to request everybody to take their seats and we cease all movement for the next section. Madam Chancellor, before we present the graduates to you, allow me to introduce the deans of faculties who will be presenting the candidates. The Dean, Faculty of Agriculture, Professor Moses Nyangito, remain standing. The Dean, Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, Professor Jack Odhiambo. The Dean, Faculty of the Built Environment and Design, Professor Lila Kosanjo. The Dean, Faculty of Business, Professor James Njihia. The Dean, Faculty of Education, Professor Jeremiah Kalai. The Dean, Faculty of Engineering, Professor Ayub Gitau. The Dean, Faculty of Health Sciences, Professor George Osanjo. The Dean, Faculty of Law, Professor Winfred Kamau. The Dean, Faculty of Science and Technology, Professor Leonida Kerubo. And the Dean, Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Professor John Mande. And those who support them, the Associate Deans in the House, the Associate Dean, Faculty of Education, there are two, Professor Horace Ochanda and Dr. Andy Ritu. Faculty of Business, Dr. Joshua Wanjare, and supporting through the Kisumu campus, Professor Charles Rambo. Associate Deans, Faculty of Health Sciences, Professor Fred Otieno and Professor Evelyn Wagayu. Associate Deans, Faculty of Law, Professor Collins Odote, and supporting from Kisumu campus, Dr. Sarah Kinyanjui. Did I remember everybody? Those are the ones who are going to be presenting the graduates to you. We honor your presence, madam. Thank you very much. You may be seated. This segment will proceed in three. The first will be award of Honorary Doctor of Science. And I ask the Dean, Faculty of Science and Technology to gently walk upstage through my right. And I will ask Collins Odote to walk to the stage to the left side. I now call upon the Dean, Faculty of Science and Technology to present the candidate for award of Honorary Doctor of Science.
Madam Chancellor, Madam Chancellor, the following one candidate, whom I have the honor to present to you, was approved by Council and Senate for conferment of the honorary degree of Doctor of Science, honoris causa, Professor Dr. Patrick Vakoyen.
Thank you very much. We applaud Professor Vakoyen. May I request you to come up stage kindly through my right side. Right next to me. I shall now ask Professor Kolis Odote to pronounce the citation for Professor Vakoyen.
Madam Chancellor, Council members, Vice Chancellor, colleagues, senators, ladies and gentlemen, the citation for Professor Patrick Vakoyen. Professor Patrick Vakoyen is a citizen of the Netherlands, where he was born on the 21st of May, 1969. He grew up with 2 sisters and 1 brother in the northeastern part of that country, in the towns of Emmen and Vendam, and once played football for FC Groningen youth team. He has a wife and 5 children, 3 of whom are girls and 2 boys. Professor Vakoyen has 4 degrees: a Bachelor of Science in Environmental Engineering from the University of Utrecht in the Netherlands, a Master of Science degree in Social and Political Philosophy from the University of Amsterdam, obtained in 2000, a Master of Public Administration from Harvard University in 2004, and finally, a PhD in Sustainable Development Diplomacy from the University of Wageningen in the University in Netherlands, obtained in 2010. He has had thereafter a very stellar professional history. After his studies, he worked for the Dutch government as a special advisor in the Ministry of Infrastructure and Water Management between the years of 2000 and 2004, and then left the Netherlands and went to work for the UN peacekeeping mission in our neighbor Sudan, and later worked for the World Bank, where he served as a special representative on climate change from 2012. Before then, he has served in the same institution as a senior partnership specialist and the head of the Agriculture and Climate Change. He also served as a key negotiator for the Department of International Affairs in the Ministry of Economic Affairs, Agriculture and Innovation in the Netherlands. Since 2018, he has served as the founding chief executive officer of the Global Center on Adaptation, an international organization which acts as a solutions broker to accelerate, innovate, and scale adaptation action for a climate-resilient world. He also serves as the Ban Ki-moon Chair on Climate Adaptation Governance at the University of Groningen, Netherlands, and you now know that from a short while ago, also as the chair of our own Wangari Maathai Institute for Peace Studies. He is, in addition, also served as a professor of practice in sustainable development and diplomacy at the Fletcher School of Law in the United States. Professor Vakoyen has written academic papers focusing on sustainability and governance, and is regularly published in the media, including in The Guardian, in the New York Times, Washington Post, Reuters, CNN International, and Newsweek, as well as appearing on Sky News, BBC World, and CNN International. Professor is fluent in his native Dutch, also in English and Spanish. Ladies and gentlemen, just a little bit about his leadership in academia and the knowledge industry. Professor is a distinguished global climate adaptation leader who has combined academic excellence with practical policy leadership at the international level, embodying much of what we value and aspire at our university, as captured in our philosophy that the Vice Chancellor very ably captured in his speech. He has taught in the universities and the USA and his native country of the Netherlands. Over that career, he has supervised 100 master students, over 20 PhD students, and has more than 50 publications in scientific papers, impactful technical reports, and seminal contributions to global renowned print media. We summarize for you some of those seminal publications. In 2020, he was appointed as the Ban Ki-moon Chair of Climate Adaptation and Global Governance Program at the University of Groningen in the Netherlands. In this position, he has been involved in designing a curriculum for a master's program in climate adaptation, also in supervising doctoral candidates and linking students and researchers to a global network of climate adaptation institutions. In addition, as the CEO of the GCA, he has provided leadership in and contributed to the publication of several catalytic publications, the most renowned of which is the annual State and Trends in Adaptation reports, and we give you the titles of the 2020 report and the 2021 report, which focus on Africa, with the 21 report being titled, How Adaptation Can Make Africa Safer, Greener, and More Prosperous in a Warming World. In his regular contributions to the media, he continues to advance the agenda for adaptation, as evidenced by the over 30 recent newspaper articles, the latest of which just being a few weeks ago, on the 9th of September 2022, when he wrote in the Newsweek, Africa is doubling down on climate adaptation, and here's why it deserves support. And you will know in a short while why that's important. From those writings, he has shaped research in the fields of sustainable development diplomacy, climate adaptation, climate-smart agriculture, and landscape restoration. In terms of leadership in global climate adaptation, which is a key focus of what Professor Vakoyen has done, he's long been a champion of causes that are dear to all our hearts. In his words and deeds, there's a constant theme: to make the world a better place. He has dedicated his career to working alongside global leaders to drive the climate adaptation agenda. In 2012, he became the World Bank Special Representative and spokesperson in UN meetings on climate change, and helped to shape the climate change agenda. In 2015, he was the lead expert on the global effort to put a price on carbon ahead of the climate summit, which came up with the landmark Paris Agreement. Thereafter, he has been able to mobilize support from political, business, finance, and international agency leaders from across the globe to commit to expanding carbon pricing to cover 25% of global emissions by 2020 and achieve a 5% coverage within the next decade. In addition, Professor Vakoyen is helping shape the future of adaptation action in 48 countries most threatened by climate change, including Africa, the Caribbean, Latin America, and the Pacific, through his role as the managing partner of the Climate Vulnerable Forum. He's also initiated the State on Trends Adaptation report that I've spoken about in a short while. On the 5th of September 2021, Professor Vakoyen convened the second Climate Adaptation Summit at the GC headquarters in Rotterdam, where he brought together a whole lot of leaders to raise the world's ambition on adaptation. He was also the instigator of the Groningen Science Declaration on the 22nd of January 2021, where he was joined by 5 Nobel laureates and more than 3,000 global scientists with a focus on climate change adaptation and the COVID-19 pandemic. That declaration called on world leaders, decision makers, and investors to change the way we understand, plan, and invest in a changing climate, and in doing so, to ensure that we limit future damage. Professor Vakoyen also pursues climate adaptation justice for the world's most vulnerable people, wherever they may be. He's not just worked for the world, he's also contributed to Africa. He is truly a friend of the continent. Under his bold leadership, he is leading the organization in collaborating with global leaders, including President Macky Sall, who is the chair of the AU, including the managing director of IMF and the president of the African Development Bank, to mobilize US 25 billion in adaptation financing for Africa through the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program. And out of that target, he has already influenced 300 billion in investment for adaptation in Africa since the program was launched in April last year, with a view to scaling up and accelerating climate change adaptation across Africa. Professor Vaikoen continues to support other initiatives to ensure that Africa receives sufficient support for its adaptation initiatives. On the 5th of September this year, he moderated an African Adaptation Summit themed Friends of GCA High-Level Dialogue for COP27, which, as we all know, will be hosted in Egypt. That meeting revolved around funding needs for Africa by providing adaptation finance to support the African Adaptation Acceleration Program and its upstream financing facility. In terms of support to Kenya, in 2011, he initiated a project titled Triple Win of the Climate Smart Agriculture, put into practice when he was working at the World Bank. The implementation of that project involved the participation of 60,000 farmers in Kisumu and Kitale regions of Western Kenya in the first agricultural soil carbon project. The project has helped transform small-scale farming by letting farmers practice climate-smart agriculture and improve their livelihoods. In June 2020, here in Nairobi, he joined Kenya's fourth president, His Excellency Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, to announce an important partnership between the University of Nairobi and GCA and other partners, and senators will remember participating in that, to implement a program that will enhance climate resilience of Kenya and East Africa's infrastructure, and to scale up digital solutions that are critical for generating jobs for Kenya's young people. That forum was held at the University of Nairobi, where President Kenyatta was also appointed as a global champion of the African Adaptation Acceleration Program. That partnership between GCA and the University of Nairobi focused on 4 priority areas, covering national investment pipelines, asset-level investment resilience, capacity for mainstreaming climate adaptation, and disruptive technology for climate-resilient infrastructure. In this context, both GCA and the University of Nairobi will broker and strengthen new networks of climate change and infrastructure experts, including universities, global climate research institutions, engineering experts, and financing partners. That work revolves around 4 components: national infrastructure risk and resilience assessment, 2, infrastructure asset resilient accelerator, a masterclass on climate resilient infrastructure PPPs, and disruptive technology. This partnership builds on the shared interest between the 2 institutions on the environment, climate change, and specific promotion of adaptation. Madam Chancellor, ladies and gentlemen, so why this award? Professor Vaikoen's numerous and monumental efforts to transform the global community to respond to the existential challenges that are facing human society today, and its dedication to and support for the education and job creation for young people, both as a professor and as CEO of GCA, which places such importance on promoting and advancing the goals and aspirations of our next generation, for his selflessness and bold leadership, which he has brought to bear with remarkable effectiveness, for his sensitivity, discernment, and intelligence, for his integrity, decency, and honor, for his many contributions to our world, to the African continent, and the country, demonstrates the contribution that university scholarship makes to society, and also aligns with the University of Nairobi's mission and vision. His engagement with the University of Nairobi reinforces the place of our institution as a world-class institution, linking the university's leadership in research, teaching, and community engagement on the environment and climate change, as evidenced by the existence of 3 institutes and centers of excellence in this university, and the numerous academic programs on these themes, some of which will also be getting degrees today. His work demonstrates the urgency of action at the global and local level to address the existential threats of climate change to humanity, and the importance of collaboration between various stakeholders, including global leaders, political, financial, business, and others, the academic community, and the general public in addressing climate change as one of the triple planetary crises. Ladies and gentlemen, it is in recognition of his distinguished academic and leadership career in climate change and adaptation that the University of Nairobi Senate and Council have decided to award Professor Patrick Vaikoen the degree of Doctor of Science Honoris Causa. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to present to you Professor Patrick Vaikoen. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Vaikoen.
May I now ask the Vice Chancellor to present Professor Vakoyen. That is the symbol of the presentation of the University of Nairobi of Professor Patrick Vakoyen for conferment of the degree of Doctor of Science, honoris causa. If Madam Chancellor, you can then take a seat, and the Vice Chancellor will address Professor Vakoyen, assisted by members of Senate. Professor Vakoyen will now kneel for the Chancellor to confer the degree of Doctor of Science, honoris causa.
I confer upon you the degree of Doctor of Science, honoris causa, and by my authority and that of the entire university, give power to read and to do all that pertains to this degree. And this is for you to support the University of Nairobi degree. Certified. Thank you.
Display his certificate of conferment. Thank you, thank you. Madam Chancellor, you may now resume your seat, and Vice Chancellor also, and I now call upon Professor Vakoyen to deliver a response.
My name indeed is Patrick Vakoyen, and I work every day to combat climate change. So today, Madam Chancellor, Mr. Vice Chancellor, Honorable Cabinet Secretary, Deans, faculty, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, friends, but particularly students, today I want to tell you a story. A story about a planet under fire, a story about a planet under water, the story of a global climate breakdown. But the hero of this story is you. Students of this university, students of the best university in Africa, proud youth of this continent. Why? Because you, students, you are the future. You are the hope, not just of this nation, not just of this continent. You are the hope of this world. And there is nothing in this world that is stronger than hope. Think about it. Someone born in Africa today faces a completely different future from someone born, like I was, in Europe 53 years ago. And students, as surprising as it sounds perhaps to you, already back in my childhood, myself and my family, we were also briefly climate refugees. Our hometown in the Netherlands, in Europe, was hit by massive and unprecedented floods. And even sometimes when I go to sleep now, decades later, when I go to sleep at night, I'm still haunted by the memory of my late father sitting on the roof of our home, floodwaters everywhere, too afraid to abandon the house when we fled. It's a shocking image, but it's all the more shocking that since that time, so many years ago now, the fever that our planet is running has reached its boiling point. We are already outside the climate optimum that has prevailed since Homo sapiens first emerged, not just from this continent, from this region of Africa. Think about it. Was just read out the Paris Agreement. The Paris Agreement, between the Paris Agreement in 2015 and the end of this decade, a few years from now, the warming of the planet will have doubled. It's accelerating. By 2030, we will hit the shocking 1.5 degrees threshold. And this translates to 3 degrees across Africa. Extreme heat spells, to give you one statistic, will double in frequency. And this could just be the beginning of complete chaos if we bring this under control. Students, half of all Africans today are aged 25 or below. Your future hangs in the balance. Just 2 months ago, I said here, Africa is at a crossroads. I want to paraphrase that today. Africa is at a tipping point. The world, in fact, is at a tipping point. But Africa is climate crisis ground zero. And if Africa loses out to the climate crisis, the world will lose out. But flip it around. If Africa wins, the world wins. So I'm not a pessimist. I'm not necessarily an optimist. I am determined. I am determined. Why? Because for my work, I have been fortunate enough to travel for Africa across the continent. I have seen the face of the global climate breakdown here in this country. I have seen its pain and suffering in the eyes of Africans who have lost their crops, lost their livelihoods, even lost their loved ones. But I've also seen the resilience. I have witnessed your fighting spirit firsthand. And 2 months ago when I was here, I shared this story when I visited a community in Makwini. In Makwini, I was sung a proverb by local people, women. And they sang, you climb a mountain and you find good things on top of it. You climb a mountain and you find good things on top of it. So adapting Africa to the climate crisis is like climbing that mountain. But it is also a massive opportunity, students. Climate adaptation is a growth agenda. It's about jobs, it's about development, it's about prosperity. And the Vice Chancellor spoke about cost-benefit analysis. So, Honorable Vice Chancellor, let me give you one. $1 invested in adaptation is now proven to yield more than $10 in return down the line. So just like the good things you find when you finally climb to the top of that mountain, So not adapting, on the other hand, the counterfactual, is proven to generate losses in the future, to be much more expensive. Climbing this mountain of adapting Africa to the climate crisis, it's not about survival or about keeping communities just alive. It is about transformation, because the path going up is green, is nature harnessing, is digitally evolved, is climate resilient, is by definition, it's smarter, it's more effective, it's more efficient, and it is more productive. This path is the better path. In fact, it is the only path forward if we wish to survive and thrive. And I'm convinced that when we take that path with determination, because we must, since we are already living inside the eye of the storm. So I'm convinced that Africa's youth students, Africa and the world will all be better off. So then, Madam Chancellor, Mr. Vice Chancellor, Honorable Cabinet Secretary, deans, faculty, ladies and gentlemen, students, as was just introduced, I have been coming to Kenya for some 20 years now. So over a decade ago, when I was the Special Representative for Climate Change at the World Bank, I indeed visited that project in Kisumu, targeting the triple win of climate-smart agriculture. The project supported indeed 60,000 smallholder farmers to become more resilient to extreme weather, to sink carbon into their soil, enabling far higher and more secure productivity. From that point, standing in the field in Kisumu, it dawned on me that Africa has the solutions. We already have everything we need to get this done. What is required now is for Africa's solutions to be scaled up, and to be scaled up fast. I truly believe that climate adaptation in Africa has the potential to become an unstoppable force. And if it does, Africa will be unstoppable. On this day, today, here and now, in this hall, I stand before you humbled. Humbled by this prestigious honor of Honorable Doctor of Science. Humbled by becoming the Honorable Chairperson of the Wangari Maathai Institute, of even having a prize in my name, but particularly humbled, students, particularly humbled, because none of the climate revolution we need to see in Africa would be possible without knowledge, without science, without academia, and without the youth that every year join and leave this great bastion of hope that is the University of Nairobi, bringing them the thought, leadership, and aspiration, because I consider these hallowed halls now to be my own second home. In fact, we're all Kenyans now in the climate crisis, are we not? And the sooner we stand together as a global community, the quicker we all see ourselves through the great storm of this global crisis of the climate. And what you students and this university, what you are pioneering here in Kenya, it is an inspiration for all the world. It's a roadmap for transformation, for perseverance, for determination. Unstoppable climate adaptation. Unstoppable Africa. Unstoppable hope for the world in crisis. For that, I thank you. God bless Kenya. God bless the University of Nairobi.
Thank you very much, Professor Vakoyen. You may now resume your seat. And we proceed to the next segment, and this is going to be the presentation of candidates for Doctor of Philosophy, Madam Chancellor.
Madam Chancellor, in the 2021-2022 academic year, the following candidates, whom I have the honor to present to you, satisfied the Committee of Examiners and the Senate for the award of the degree of Doctor of Philosophy of the University of Nairobi. Doctor of Philosophy degree in Applied Human Nutrition, Madega Petrus Agustin Reche. Doctor of Philosophy degree in Food Science and Technology, Kamano Ano Mugure, Mash Christine Katama. Doctor of Philosophy degree in Plant Pathology, Mulega Lapson Bundau, Uzega Periazi. Doctor of Philosophy degree in Soil Science, Mugo James Njeru. Doctor of Philosophy degree in Agronomy, Vitange Nabis Mokaya. Please be seated.
Madam Chancellor, in the 2021-2022 academic year, the following 8 candidates, whom I have the honor to present to you, satisfied the Committee of Examiners and Senate for the award of the degree of Doctor of Philosophy of the University of Nairobi. Doctor of Philosophy degree in Linguistics, Nandama Suzy Kaadi. Doctor of Philosophy degree in Environmental Planning and Management, Ayuyo Isaac Ongonga. Doctor of Philosophy degree in Geomorphology, Ireri Cecilia Wawira. Doctor of Philosophy degree in International Studies, Tefera Zerubabel Getachew. Doctor of Philosophy degree in Literature, Mumia Geoffrey Osaji Namirembe Teresa Frances. Doctor of Philosophy degree in Development Studies, Wamalwa Herberts Nyukuri. Doctor of Philosophy degree in Economics, Murunga James. Please be seated.
Madam Chancellor, in the 2021-2022 academic year, the following 16 candidates whom I have the honor to present to you satisfied the Board of Examiners and Senate for the award of the degree of Doctor of Philosophy of the University of Nairobi. Doctor of Philosophy degree in Business Administration, Karei Mary Keboine, Kerongo Meshak Maatwa, Makini Samuel Omwenga, Mbai Alexander Makao, Ndegwa Robert Gichuhi, Olumbe Cyprus Ojiambo, Oluochi, Omachar Alan Ekweni, Oracha Joan Onyango, Sang William Kiprono, Wanaswa Perpetua Sidi Osendi, Wanjere Dishon Munuhe, Yu Zanglan. Doctor of Philosophy degree in Project Planning and Management, Kamau John Gatimo, Leian Benson Ntoyan, Ndonye Hussein Nyaika, Gondo Duncan Mushiri,
Madam Chancellor, in the 2021-2022 academic year, the following 19 candidates whom I have the honor to present to you satisfy the Committee of Examiners and Senate for the award of degree of Doctor of Philosophy of University of Nairobi. Doctor of Philosophy degree in Education, Okanda Edward Ojok, Ominde Eliud Shan. Doctor of Education, Curriculum Studies, Wangai Michael Mwareri. Doctor of Philosophy degree in Early Childhood Education, Kamau Boniface Dhombe, Kingaru Dhombe. Doctor of Philosophy degree in Educational Foundations, Gakuru Anastasia Nyawira, Nyaranga Ruth Lusike. Doctor of Education degree in Educational Administration, Akinyi Jane Joseph, Atieno Teresa Otieno, Kalin Salina, Baka Ken Kevin Kimathi, Mulatia Evans Mulei, Musyoki Judith Mbithe, Odisa Alfred Matthews, Rama Habdi Digale. Doctor of Philosophy degree in Distance Education, Gashisho Esther Wamoyo. Doctor of Philosophy degree in Educational Planning, Ashakimana Theogene, Mudhanje Anastasia Kamwitha, Dakirotimana Emmanuel. Please be seated.
Madam Chancellor, in the 2021-2022 academic year, the following candidate whom I have the honor to present to you satisfy the Committee of Examiners and Senate for the award of the degree of Doctor of Philosophy of the University of Nairobi. Doctor of Philosophy degree in Civil Engineering, Oyaro Damaris Kerubo.
Madam Chancellor, in the 2021-2022 academic year, the following 9 candidates, whom I have the honor to present to you, satisfied the Committee of Examiners and Senate for the award of the degree of Doctor of Philosophy of the University of Nairobi. May the following candidates for the award of the Doctor of Philosophy degrees of the University of Nairobi please arise. Doctor of Philosophy in Otolaryngology, Head and Neck Surgery, Aswani Joyce. Doctor of Philosophy in Nursing Sciences, Okube Okubatson Tekeste. Doctor of Philosophy in Pharmacognosy and Complementary Medicine, Mukungu Nilian Ayuma. Doctor of Philosophy in Medical Microbiology, Mutai Beth Kinya. Tonui Josephat Kipyegon. Doctor of Philosophy in Public Health, Agot George Nyadimo. Awar Abigail Florence Obura. Doctor of Philosophy in Tropical and Infectious Diseases, Umuhoza Tiriza. Doctor of Philosophy in Molecular Pharmacology, Ngayo Musa Otieno. Please be seated.
Madam Chancellor, in the 2021-2022 academic year, the following 17 candidates whom I have the honor to present to you satisfied the Committee of Examiners and Senate for the award of the degree of Doctor of Philosophy of the University of Nairobi. May the following candidates for the award of Doctor of Philosophy degrees of the University of Nairobi please arise. Doctor of Philosophy degree in Environmental Governance and Management, Kongani Lilian Sarah Namuna. Mwirori Joseph Mbiro. Thongo Muya Mary Washeke. Wekesa Peter
Muyukani. Doctor of Philosophy in Climate Change Science, Kirui Josephine Wangeshi. Doctor of Philosophy degree in Actuarial Science, Odhiambo Jaob Onyango. Doctor of Philosophy degree in Biology of Conservation, Kimakwa Edward Wafula. Doctor of Philosophy degree in Computer Science, Makoka Franklin. Doctor of Philosophy degree in Information Systems, Otieno Eric Ochieng. Doctor of Philosophy degree in Marine Biology, Kerubo Joyce Ombongi. Doctor of Philosophy degree in Mathematical Statistics, Omukami Howard. Doctor of Philosophy in Biochemistry, Mwangi Harrison Ndongo. Doctor of Philosophy in Chemistry, Kendowiwo Caroline Chepkerui. Doctor of Philosophy degree in Physics, Bobby Bat Yogesh. Gidaiga John Irungu. Simiyu Mary Tabu. Doctor of Philosophy in Climate Change and Adaptation, Ochieng Willis Otieno. Please be seated.
Madam Chancellor, in the 2021-2022 academic year, the following 8 candidates, whom I have the honor to present to you, satisfied the Committee of Examiners and Senate for the award of the degree of Doctoral of Philosophy of the University of Nairobi. Doctor of Philosophy in Animal Production, Kagike Jesse Kagai. Doctor of Philosophy in Animal Genetics and Breeding, Baenyi Patrick Simon. Doctor of Philosophy in Applied Microbiology, Bacteriology Option, Mbindio Christine Minot. Doctor of Philosophy in Applied Veterinary Parasitology, Gashururu Richard Simba. Doctor of Philosophy in Leather Science, Muondu Joel Musyoka. Doctor of Philosophy in Livestock Production Systems, Gwili Nicholas Musyoki. Doctor of Philosophy in Pharmacology and Toxicology, Bwana Valence Mutwedu. Doctor of Philosophy in Clinical Studies, Nabulindo Wilkista Nakami.
May I now call upon all the PhD graduates to arise and kindly prepare your caps with the tassel hanging on your left. You will put on the cap when the Chancellor confers the degree. Madam Chancellor, I now request you to confer the doctoral degrees.
I admit you to the degree of Doctor of Philosophy, and by my authority and that of the entire university, give power to read and to do all that pertains to this degree. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Madam Chancellor. We will now take the next segment. You may be seated. Congratulations for that deliberate feat. I will now, Madam Chancellor, call upon the deans to present their graduates for master's, bachelor's degrees, and diplomas.
Madam Chancellor, in the 2021-2022 academic year, the following 213 candidates satisfied the Committee of Examiners and the Senate for the following awards of the University of Nairobi. May the following candidates for the award of master's degrees of the University of Nairobi please arise. Master of Science in Agronomy, Awol, Murika. Master of Science in Applied Human Nutrition, Abdulsalan, Maloba, Mahmoud, Wamboa. Master of Science in Crop Protection, Chiaga, Monjero, Dilangu, Okinda. Master of Science in Food Safety and Quality, Mwati, Omulo, Wekesa. Master of Science in Food Science and Technology, Edgar, Maio. Master of Science in Land and Water Management, Rupajo, Wafula. Master of Science in Plant Breeding and Biotechnology, Dennis, Masika, Muchira, Ochieng, Ouma, Wangoi. Master of Science in Plant Pathology, Odunga. Master of Science in Range Management, Gitau, Kakusu, Kimani, Maliti, Munguche, Deya, Wafura. Master of Science in Soil Science, Collier. Master of Science in Agricultural and Applied Economics, Cheregat, Gikonyo, Giripate, Kimati, Kulgat. Master of Science in Agricultural Information and Communication Management, Asango, Mbuvi, Nderema. Please be seated. May the following candidates for the award of various bachelor's degrees of the University of Nairobi please arise. Bachelor of Science in Agribusiness Management, second class honors upper division, serial number 1 to 10. Second class honors lower division, serial number 11 to 22. Pass, serial number 23 to 33. Bachelor of Science in Agricultural Education and Extension, first class honors, serial number 1. Second class honors upper division, serial number 2 to 20. Second class honors lower division, serial number 21 to 23. Serial number 24 to 26. Pass, serial number 27. Bachelor of Science in Food Nutrition and Dietetics, first class honors, serial number 1 to 8. Second class honors upper division, serial number 9 to 24. Second class honors lower division, serial number 25 to 30. Pass, serial number 31 to 32. Bachelor of Science in Agriculture, Animal Resource Nature, second class honors upper division, serial number 1. Second class honors lower division, serial number 2 to 3. Pass, serial number 4. Bachelor of Science in Agriculture, Crop Protection Nature, second class honors upper division, serial number 1 to 3. Pass, serial number 4 to 5. Bachelor of Science in Agriculture, Agricultural Economics Nature, second class honors lower division, serial number 1. Pass, serial number 2. Bachelor of Science in Agriculture, Crop Science Nature, second class honors upper division, serial number 1 to 3. Second class honors lower division, serial number 4 to 6. Pass, serial number 7 to 8. Bachelor of Science in Agriculture, Land Resource Nature, second class honors lower division, serial number 1 to 2. Bachelor of Science in Horticulture, second class honors upper division, serial number 1. Second class honors lower division, serial number 2. Bachelor of Science in Dryland Economics and Agroecosystem Management, Economics Nature, first class honors, serial number 1 to 5. Second class honors upper division, serial number 6. Second class honors lower division, serial number 16 to 17. Bachelor of Science in Dryland Economics and Agroecosystem Management, Extension Nature, first class honors, serial number 1 to 2. Second class honors upper division, serial number 3 to 12. Second class honors lower division, serial number 13 to 18. Bachelor of Science in Food Science and Technology, second class honors upper division, serial number 1 to 17. Second class honors lower division, serial number 18 to 19. Pass, serial number 20 to 21. Bachelor of Science in Management of Agricultural Systems and Environment, second class honors lower division, serial number 1 to 3. Pass, serial number 4. Bachelor of Science in Range Management, second class honors upper division, serial number 1 to 7. Second class honors lower division, serial number 8 to 10. Please be seated.
Madam Chancellor, in the 2021-2022 academic year, the following 369 candidates satisfied the Committee of Examiners and Senate for the following awards of the University of Nairobi. May the following candidates for the award of Master's degree of the University of Nairobi please arise. Master of Arts in Economic Policy Management, Ali Biora. Master of Arts in Strategic Studies and Security Studies, Shangala. Master of Arts in Armed Conflict and Peace Studies, Aga Kimeto Limiri. Master of Arts in Diplomacy, Manegene Odipo. Master of Arts in Gender and Development Studies, Asimire Angela Collins Esther Kaaria Kasim Mohammed Muli Ochwal Okondo. Master of Arts in International Conflict Management, Kamau Kithuka Samuel Wafula. Master of Arts in International Studies, Ahmed Ali Amboye Imish Kabonyi Keter Koech Kirui Langat Lenges Marimi Malombe Masinde Matambo Maung Meta Meteti Mogaka Mshila Muhwezi Oluoch Pudel Rajab. Master of Arts in Economics, Akoya Henry Kavila Makena Murebu Mwangi Oyugi Wanjala. Master of Arts Environmental Planning and Management, Chanyisa. Master of Arts in German Studies, Gabriel Glami Okeloko Sarambe Traore. Master of Arts in Linguistics, Chepto. Master of Arts in Monitoring and Evaluation, Odera. Master of Arts in Health Economics and Policy, Drebethlehem Kiboko Malambe. Master of Arts in History, Makali. Please be seated. May the following candidates for the award of various bachelor's degrees of the University of Nairobi please arise. Bachelor of Arts Anthropology, second class honors, upper division, serial 1 to 34, serial 35 to 44. Second class honors, lower division, serial 45 to 68, serial 69 to 71. Bachelor of Economics, second class honors, upper division, serial 1 to 2. Second class honors, lower division, serial 3 to 11. Pass, serial 12 to 13. Bachelor of Arts, second class honors, upper division, serial 1 to 23. Second class honors, lower division, serial 24 251. Bachelor of Arts, Criminology and Criminal Justice, second class honors, upper division, serial 1 to 3. Bachelor of Arts, Gender and Development Studies, second class honors, lower division, serial 1. Bachelor of Arts, Literature, second class honors, lower division, serial 1. Bachelor of Arts, Political Science and Public Administration, second class honors, lower division, serial 1. Bachelor of Arts, Sociology, second class honors, lower division, serial 1. Bachelor of Arts, Geography and Environmental Studies, second class honors, lower division, serial 1. Bachelor of Arts, Psychology, second class honors, upper division, serial 1 and 2. Bachelor of Arts, Social Work, second class honors, upper division, serial 1 and 2. Second class honors, lower division, serial 3. Bachelor of Arts in Hospitality Management, Rooms Division Management, first class honors, serial 1. Second class honors, upper division, serial 2 to 6. Bachelor of Arts in Hospitality Management, Food and Beverage Management, second class honors, upper division, serial 1 to 13. Second class honors, lower division, serial 14 to 17. Bachelor of Arts in International Studies, first class honors, serial 1 to 2. Second class honors, upper division, serial 3 to 20. Second class honors, lower division, serial 21 to 33. Bachelor of Arts in Travel and Tourism Management, Travel Management, second class honors, upper division, serial 1. Second class honors, lower division, serial 2. Master of Arts in Travel and Tourism Management, Tourism Management, second class honors, upper division, serial 1 to 2. Bachelor of Arts Psychology, Counseling, second class honors, upper division, serial 1 to 4. Bachelor of Economics and Statistics, second class honors, upper division, serial 1 to 3. Second class honors, lower division, serial 4 to 20. Please be seated. May all candidates for the award of the respective postgraduate diploma of the University of Nairobi please arise. Postgraduate Diploma in Strategic Studies, serial 1 to 33. Postgraduate Diploma in Armed Conflict and Peace, serial 1. May all candidates for the award of the respective diploma of the University of Nairobi please arise. Diploma in Armed Conflicts Studies in Eastern Africa, credit, serial 1 to 3. Diploma in Cultural Tourism, credit, serial 1. Diploma in International Studies, distinction, serial 1. Credit, serial 2 to 29. Pass, serial 30. Diploma in Psychology, credit, serial 1 to 2. Diploma in Strategic Studies, credit, serial 1 to 6. Please be seated.
Madam Chancellor, in the 2021-2022 academic year, the following 437 candidates satisfied the Board of Examiners and Senate for the following awards of the University of Nairobi. May the following candidates for the award of master's degrees of the University of Nairobi please arise. Master of Arts in Valuation and Property Management, Kirathe Mutinda Mwiti. Master of Architecture, Urban Design, Esaji Katumpe. Master of Arts in Construction Management, Gati Koteng Mairura Mwoki Mwanik Nasazi Odhiambo Owino. Master of Arts in Design, Koila. Master of Architecture, Environmental Design, Abungu, Kiboi, Ponda. Master of Arts in Planning, Ayeko, Gadura, Gishobi, Kiswi, Kori, Mushue, Mutua, Mwangi, Nyonje, Odongo, Okerosi, Ouya, Washira. Master of Urban Management, Anyango, Kaliti, Kawira, Mungai, Nyela, Nyambok, Ondimu, Ouma. Please be seated. May the following candidates for the award of various bachelor's degrees of the University of Nairobi please arise. Bachelor of Arts in Design, first class honors, serial number 1 to 4. Second class honors, upper division, serial number 5 to 22. Serial number 23 to 28. Second class honors, lower division, serial number 29 to 33. Bachelor of Interior Design, first class honors, serial number 1. Second class honors, upper division, serial number 2 to 10. Second class honors, lower division, serial number 11 to 13. Bachelor of Architectural Studies, first class honors, serial number 1 to 8. Second class honors, upper division, serial number 9 to 26. Serial number 27 to 34. Second class honors, lower division, serial number 35 to 56. Serial number 57 to 68. Pass, serial number 69 to 75. Bachelor of Architecture, first class honors, serial number 1 to 10. Second class honors, upper division, serial number 11 to 21. Second class honors, lower division, serial number 22 to 48. Pass, serial number 49 to 55. Bachelor of Arts in Planning, first class honors, serial number 1. Second class honors, upper division, serial number 2 to 27. Second class honors, lower division, serial number 28 to 37. Bachelor of Construction Management, second class honors, upper division, serial number 1 to 23. Second class honors, lower division, serial number 24 to 55. Serial number 56 to 65. Pass, serial number 66. Bachelor of Quantity Surveying, first class honors, serial number 1 to 3. Second class honors, upper division, serial number 4 to 25. Serial number 26 to 45. Second class honors, lower division, serial number 46 to 52. Serial number 53 to 60. Bachelor of Real Estate, first class honors, serial number 1 to 4. Second class honors, upper division, serial number 5 to 25. Serial number 26 to 44. Second class honors, lower division, serial number 45 to 53. Serial number 54 to 57. Please be seated. May the following candidates for the award of diploma of the University of Nairobi please arise. Diploma in Estate Agency and Property Management, credit serial number 1, pass serial number 2 and number 3. Please be seated.
Madam Chancellor, in the 2021-22 academic year, the following 521 candidates satisfied the Board of Examiners and Senate for the award of the following awards of the University of Nairobi. May the following candidates for the award of Master Degree of the University of Nairobi please arise. Master of Arts in Project Planning and Management, Abdikadir Amimo Amondi, Ares, Atea, Chelangat, Diko, Gachie, Gachingwa, Gatune, Gidoi, Hassan, Indangasi, Jepkurui, Kabiti, Kalivo, Kandie, Kiringuri, Kelly, Kibara, Kigen, Kilundo, Kimaru, Kinywa, Kirago, Korir, Maina, Joan, Maina Sylvia, Marubu, Bachio, Mlisho, Mogaka, Mohamed, Mugo, Munene, Musyoki, Mudhengi, Mwangemi, Nduta, Ndwiga, Njenga, Nkunja, Nur, Nyamongo, Ochako, Ochieng, Mariel, Ochieng Feni, Odero, Odipo, Umondi, Onguti, Onyimbo, Oria Diego, Sonye, Sudi, Sum, Wairimo, Wamboi, Wangoi, Wekesa, Yasin. Master of Business Administration, Abongo, Ambuso, Aska, Chebotibin, Cherotich, Chomba, Edewa, Endusa, Gao, Jepkorir, Jea, Kaaria, Kali, Kanio, Kanyingi, Kemboi, Kemei, Kiango, Kimani, Kingori, Koikai, Chomugisha, Langat, Mbwanga, Maheshe, Maikara, Maina, Makudu, Maritim, Maritim Kipruto, Matu, Mbogwa, Douglas, Mbogwa, Stella, Molete, Momanyi, Munio, Munoru, Musau, Musioka Eunice, Musioka Fidelis, Mutisia, Mutuku, Moisekenyi, Mwangi, Mwendwa, Nduma, Ndunyu, Njehia, Njomo, Njoroge, Nyaberi, Nyakundi, Nyangwera, Odhiambo, Ogada, Ogalo, Okemwa, Okumu, Oluoch Maureen, Oluoch Okech, Omogi, Umweri, Onchieku, Ondari, Otieno, Otindo, Rajula, Ramadan, Ratemo, Riga, Ronald, Shan, Tabitha, Tonui, To, Tubei. Master of Science in Finance, Ikal, Kabiru, Kamanga, Kiema, Kobarach, Mohamud, Mulwa, Nyerere, Okwemba, Oluoch, Ombati. Master of Science in Human Resource Management, Malova. Master of Science in Marketing, Gitundu. Master of Science in Entrepreneurship and Innovations Management, Njero, Omolo. May the following candidates for the award of various bachelor's degrees of the University of Nairobi please arise. Bachelor of Commerce, Accounting Option, Second Class Honors, Upper Division, serial number 1 and 2. Second Class Honors, Lower Division, serial number 3 to 4. Bachelor of Commerce, Finance Option, Second Class Honors, Upper Division, serial number 1 to 10. Second Class Honors, Lower Division, serial number 1 to 11, 11 to 22. Pass, serial number 23. Bachelor of Commerce, Marketing Option, Second Class Honors, Lower Division, serial number 1 to 7. Bachelor of Commerce, Human Resource Management Option, Second Class Honors, Upper Division, serial number 1. Second Class Honors, Lower Division, serial number 2 and 3. Bachelor of Commerce, Procurement and Supply Chain Management Option, Second Class Honors, Upper Division, serial number 1 to 13. Second Class Honors, Lower Division, serial number 14 to 27. Serial number 28 to 31. Bachelor of Commerce, Business Information Systems Option, Second Class Honors, Upper Division, serial number 1 to 4. Second Class Honors, Lower Division, serial number 5 to 9. Bachelor of Commerce, Operations Management Option, Second Class Honors, Upper Division, serial number 1. Second Class Honors, Lower Division, serial number 2 to 4. Bachelor of Project Planning and Management, Second Class Honors, Upper Division, serial number 1 to 28, serial number 29 to 45. Second Class Honors, Lower Division, serial number 46 to 49. Bachelor of Science in Finance, Second Class Honors, Upper Division, serial number 1. Second Class Honors, Lower Division, serial number 2 to 3. Please be seated. May the following candidates for the award of various diplomas of the University of Nairobi please arise. Diploma in Business Management, Credit, serial number 1 to 35, serial number 36 to 55. Pass, serial number 56 to 68. Diploma in Human Resource Management, Distinction, serial number 1 to 4. Credit, serial number 5 to 30. Pass, serial number 31 to 33. Diploma in Project Planning and Management, Distinction, serial number 1. Credit, serial number 2 to 29. Serial number 30 to 37. Pass, serial number 38. Diploma in Public Relations, Distinction, serial number 1 to 2. Serial credit, serial number 3 to 31. Pass, serial number 32 to 34. Diploma in Purchasing and Supplies Management, Distinction, serial number 1 to 2. Credit, serial number 3 to 35. Pass, serial number 36 to 47. Please be seated.
Madam Chancellor, In the 2021-2022 academic year, the following 430 candidates satisfied the Committee of Examiners and Senate for the following awards of the University of Nairobi. May the following candidates for the award of master's degrees of the University of Nairobi please arise. Master of Education in Physical Education and Sport, Jakinda Mishubo Mugweru Simiyu. Master of Education in Corporate Governance, Kirui Mudhuri Mwiti Zai. Master of Education Curriculum Studies, Hujale Karangadhi Makeba Mudhengi Ojwang Okelo Okong Ruto. Master of Education Early Childhood Education, Chai. Master of Education Economics of Education, Muriuki. Master of Education in Emergencies, Katiwa Gigi. Master of Education, Educational Administration, Asamba, Kimweli, Madha, Mose, Mugo, Mzungu, Nyaisuti, Okach, Samba, Seronei. Master of Education, Educational Planning, Muridhi. Master of Education in Philosophy of Education, Ojuok Onchonga. Master of Education, Sociology of Education, Move. Master of Education in Educational Technology, Atinda Muchui, Mulunje Shuma. Master of Education in Physics Education, Kusimba. Please be seated. May the following candidates for the award of various degrees of the University of Nairobi please arise. Bachelor of Education Arts, Distance Learning. First class honors, serial 1 to 3. Second class honors, serial 4 to 27. Serial 28 to 65. Serial 66 to 69. Second class honors, lower division. Serial number 70 to 83. Bachelor of Education, Science by Distance Learning. Second class honors, upper division, serial 1 to 4. Second class honors, lower division, serial number 5 and 6. Bachelor of Education and Community Development. Second class honors, upper division, serial number 1. Bachelor of Education Arts. Second class honors, upper division, serial number 1 to 31. Serial number 32 to 69. Serial number 70 to 72. Second class honors, lower division, serial number 73 to 103. Serial number 104 to 142. Serial number 143 to 147. Bachelor of Education, Early Childhood Education. Second class honors, upper division, serial number 1 to number 22. Second class honors, lower division, serial number 23 to 28. Bachelor of Education, Physical Education and Sport. Second class honors, upper division, serial number 1 to 6. Second class honors, lower division, serial number 7 to 9. Bachelor of Education Science, first class honors, serial number 1. Second class honors, upper division, serial number 2 to 33. Serial number 34 to 54. Second class honors, lower division, serial number 55 to 66. Serial number 67 to 84. Pass, serial number 85. Bachelor of Education ICT, second class honors, upper division, serial 1 to 3. Please be seated. May the following candidates for the award of postgraduate diploma of the University of Nairobi please arise. Postgraduate diploma in education, credit, serial number 1 to 25. Pass, serial number 26 and 27. Please be seated. May the following candidates for the award of diploma of the University of Nairobi please arise. Diploma in adult education and community development. Distinction serial number 1. Credit serial number 2. Please be seated.
Please be seated. Madam Chancellor, in the 2021-2022 academic year, the following 417 candidates satisfied the Board of Examiners and Senate for the following awards of the University of Nairobi. May the following candidates for the award of Master's degree of the University of Nairobi please arise. Master of Science in Electrical and Electronic Engineering, Faris Nyajom. Master of Science in Energy Management, Chepkemoi Magerere Mayori Okwach Ouma. Master of Science in Environmental and Biosystems Engineering, Ayeko Fayatubo Mibei. Master of Science in Geographical Information System, Achira Chepkoril Mbanga Gashihi Karaoke Kiama Kihungu Kiptui Magige Mutito Degwa Donye Ngure Joroge Ochengo Ochieng Rienye Sheikh Duranera. Master of Science in Mechanical Engineering, Mengo Mureithi Omoyo. Master of Science in Nuclear Science, Mutinda Dongo Jogu Owiri Tarus Wachira. Master of Science in Civil Engineering, Structural Engineering option, Abdi Ofwa. Master of Science in Civil Engineering, Transportation Engineering option, Muigai Odede. Master of Science in Civil Engineering, Water Resources Engineering option, Muga Ngari. Please be seated. May the following candidates for the awards of Bachelor's degree of the University of Nairobi please arise. Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering, First class honors, serial number 1 to 11. Second class honors, upper division, serial number 12 to 24, 25 to 62, 63 to 77. Second class honors, lower division, 78 to 94, 95 to 120. Pass, serial number 121. Bachelor of Science in Electrical and Electronic Engineering, first class honors, serial number 1 to 11. Second class honors, upper division, serial number 12 to 23. Serial number 24 to 52. Second class honors, lower division, serial number 53 to 75. Bachelor of Science in Mechanical Engineering, first class honors, serial number 1 to 3. Second class honors, upper division, serial number 4 to 25. Serial number 26 to 35. Second class honors, lower division, serial number 36 to 53. Serial number 54 to 81. Pass, serial number 82 to 84. Bachelor of Science in Petroleum Engineering, first class honors, Abdikadir. Second class honors, upper division, serial number 2 to 7. Bachelor of Science in Biosystems Engineering, first class honors, serial number 1 to 2. Second class honors, upper division, serial number 3 to 20. Second class honors, lower division, serial number 21 to 41. Bachelor of Science in Geospatial Engineering, first class honors, serial number 1 to 7. Second class honors, upper division, serial number 8 to 26. Serial number 27 to 29. Second class honors, lower division, serial number 38 to 43. Pass, serial number 44. Please be seated. May the following candidates for the award of postgraduate diploma of the University of Nairobi please arise. Postgraduate diploma in energy management, serial number 1. Please be seated.
Madam Chancellor, in the 2021-2022 academic year, the following 181 candidates satisfied the Committee of Examiners and Senate for the following awards of the University of Nairobi. May the following candidates for the award of master's degrees of the University of Nairobi please arise. Master of Medicine in Anesthesia, Abdallah, Biwot, Kamau, Mboya, Monene, Mtula, Mudoka, Mutinda, Mwanya, Patel. Master of Medicine in Diagnostic Radiology, Kupuswami, Nagnesia, Ndlovu, Obuon, Omar, Patil, Sedeva. Master of Medicine in Ear, Nose, and Throat Surgery, David, Asanali, Irungu, Mwangi, Nyamu, Oyuer, Rotich, Sargo. Master of Medicine in General Surgery, Benson, Elmi, Kara, Mohammed, Nganga, Oduor, Omondi, Onyango, Shivashi, Warui. Master of Medicine in Internal Medicine, Ahmed, Bashir, Ibrahim, Mutuku, Ndungu, Omaroro, Pabari, Wandua. Master of Medicine in Obstetrics and Gynecology, Abayo, Biko, Gamba, Koga, Mashala, Mushiri, Mutai, Mudoka, Ngatia, Odhiambo, Osman, Oyaro, Oyaro Irene, Oyaro Cedric, Wekesa, Walker. Master of Medicine in Ophthalmology, Emade, Fane, Khan, Kurgat, Nkuyubwatse, Nzioka. Masters of Medicine in Orthopedic Surgery, Athuman, Kagia, Katuse, Mativo, Matu, Mochoge, Mutiria, Nguku, Nyabegera, Nyang'au, Sheikh, Torut, Washira, Wakayanga. Master of Medicine in Pediatric Surgery, Abubakar. Master of Medicine in Pediatrics and Child Health, Ahmed, Daud, Jason, Kafoe, Kashero, Maranga, Mugambi, Mutinda, Moria, Nyongesa, Sheikh. Master of Medicine in Plastic, Reconstructive, and Aesthetic Surgery, Masitara, Nyakiongora. Master of Medicine in Psychiatry, Enamasi, Imudu, Kelapile, Masha, Musa, Tabman, Wambua, Yusuf. Master of Medicine in Thoracic and Cardiovascular Surgery, Arasa Gashara. Master of Medicine in Urology, Mohammed. Master of Pharmacy in Pharmacoepidemiology and Pharmacovigilance, Abuka Gedi Koech. Master of Public Health, Achieng. Master of Science in Clinical Chemistry, Mogi Mutinda. Master of Science in Clinical Cytology, Dhahabu. Master of Science in Medical Physiology, Washika. Master of Science in Molecular Pharmacology, Muiruri. Master of Science in Tropical and Infectious Diseases, Abdule Korio Malual. Please be seated. May the following candidates for the award of various bachelor's degrees of the University of Nairobi please arise. Bachelor of Science in Human Anatomy, second class honors upper division, serial number 1. Bachelor of Dental Surgery, serial number 1 to 7. Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery, serial number 1 to 12. Bachelor of Pharmacy, serial number 1 to 6. Please be seated. May the following candidates for the award of diploma of the University of Nairobi please arise. Diploma in Renal Nursing, serial number 1 to 23. Serial number 24 to 35. Please be seated. May the following candidates for the award of higher diploma of the University of Nairobi please arise. Higher diploma in diagnostic medical ultrasound, serial number 1 to 2. Please be seated.
Madam Chancellor, in the 2021-2022 academic year, the following 26 candidates satisfied the Committee of Examiners and Senate for the following awards of the University of Nairobi. May the following candidates for the award of master's degrees of the University of Nairobi please arise. Master of Arts in Environmental Policy, Osinde. Please be seated. May the following candidates for the award of bachelor degrees of the University of Nairobi please arise. Bachelor of Laws, second class honors, upper division, serial number 1 to 10. Second class honors, lower division, serial number 11 to 25. Please be seated.
Madam Chancellor, in the 2021-2022 academic year, the following 761 candidates satisfied the Committee of Examiners and Senate for the following awards of the University of Nairobi. May the following candidates for the award of master's degree of the University of Nairobi please arise. Master of Science in Computational Intelligence, Awino Kariru, Mayaka, Mugendi, Mwaura, Ngoni, Njeri, Obanda, Ocharo, Odongo, Ongwai, Onyalo, Onyango, Stamili. Master of Science in Distributed Computing Technology, Kinyimu, Munyao, Odongo, Ologi, Waweru. Master of Science in Information Technology Management, Angubasu, Sioi, Hasi, Hinga, Karingi, Kimani, Malio, Mariga, Mbiu, Menganyi, Mtende, Mutoro, Ngere, Zioka, Omuholo, Tuitoek, Waema, Wafula. Master of Climate Change Adaptation, Mutua. Master of Science in Actuarial Science, Mokua. Master of Science in Applied Mathematics, Jepchirchir, Kelvin, Mwangangi, Mwangi, Dambuki. Master of Science in Applied Parasitology, Kono, Omwok, Owor, Tengo. Master of Science in Biochemistry, Namwakwa, Scriven. Master of Science in Bioinformatics, Gitao. Master of Science in Biology of Conservation, Baraza, Joeini. Master of Science in Biometry, Dahir, Odhiambo. Master of Science in Chemistry, Kamia. Master of Science in Climate Change, Jindediu, Makori, Zeinmana, Yusuf. Master of Science in Environmental Governance, Hanti. Master of Science in Genetics, Kimenyi. Master of Science in Geology, Gal, Nur, Waseme. Master of Science in Industrial Chemistry, Mwangi. Master of Science in Meteorology, Oscar. Master of Science in Physics, Kiilu. Master of Science in Pure Mathematics, Kipkungongo, Masinde, Mwangi. Master of Science in Social Statistics, Aisha, Chege, Hassan, Kezia, Langat, Lomor, Maraga, Salad, Thinwa, Victor. Master of Science in Statistics, Chepchumba, Mohammed, Asuka. Please be seated. May the following candidates for the award of various bachelor's degrees of the University of Nairobi please arise. Bachelor of Science, First Class Honors, serial number 1. Second Class Honors, Upper Division, serial number 2 to 20. Second Class Honors, Lower Division, serial number 21 to 49. Serial number 50 to 80. Serial number 81 to 94. Pass, serial number 95 to 111. Bachelor of Science, Chemistry. First Class Honors, serial number 1 to 13. Second Class Honors, Upper Division, serial number 14 to 27. Serial number 28 to 51. Second class honors, lower division, serial number 52 to 53. Bachelor of Science in Statistics, first class honors, serial number 1. Second class honors, upper division, serial number 2 to 23. Second class honors, lower division, serial number 24 to 50. Serial number 51 to 54. Pass, serial number 55 to 60. Bachelor of Science in Actuarial Science, first class honors, serial number 1. Second class honors, upper division, serial number 2 to 23. Serial number 24 to 39. Second class honors, lower division, serial number 40 to 56. Pass, serial number 57. Bachelor of Science in Analytical Chemistry, first class honors, serial number 1 to 14. Second class honors, upper division, serial number 15 to 25. Serial number 26 to 34. Second class honors, lower division, serial number 35. Bachelor of Science in Astronomy and Astrophysics, second class honors, upper division, serial number 1 to 2. Second class honors, lower division, serial number 3 to 12. Bachelor of Science in Biology, first class honors, serial number 1. Second class honors, upper division, serial number 2 to 5. Second class honors, lower division, serial number 6 to 15. Pass, serial number 16. Bachelor of Science in Environmental Conservation and Natural Resources Management, first class honors, serial number 1. Second class honors, upper division, serial number 2 to 8. Second class honors, lower division, serial number 9 to 20. Serial number 21 to 22. Pass, serial number 23. Bachelor of Science in Geology, second class honors, upper division, serial number 1 to 17. Second class honors, lower division, serial number 18 to 43. Bachelor of Science in Industrial Chemistry, first class honors, serial number 1 to 6. Second class honors, upper division, serial number 7 to 29. Second class honors, lower division, serial number 30 to 49. Bachelor of Science in Mathematics, second class honors, upper division, serial number 1 to 9. Second class honors, lower division, serial number 10 to 18. Serial number 19 to 24. Pass, serial number 25 to 26. Bachelor of Science in Meteorology, second class honors, upper division, serial number 1 to 31. Second class honors, lower division, serial number 32. Pass, serial number 33. Bachelor of Science in Microbiology and Biotechnology, first class honors, serial number 1 to 2. Second class honors, upper division, serial number 3 to 21. Second class honors, lower division, serial number 22 to 36. Pass, serial number 37. Bachelor of Science in Microprocessor Technology and Instrumentation, first class honors, serial number 1. Second class honors, upper division, serial number 2 to 9. Second class honors, lower division, serial number 10 to 11. Pass, serial number 12. Bachelor of Science in Petroleum Geoscience, second class honors, upper division, serial number 1. Bachelor of Science in Biochemistry, second class honors, upper division, serial number 1 to 26. Second class honors, lower division, serial number 27 to 47. Pass, serial number 48 to 52. Bachelor of Science in Computer Science. First class honors, serial number 1 to 2. Second class honors, upper division, serial number 3 to 26. Second class honors, lower division, serial number 27 to 54. Pass, serial number 55 to 59. Please be seated.
Madam Chancellor, in the 2021-2022 academic year, the following 123 candidates satisfied the Committee of Examiners and Senate for the following awards of the University of Nairobi. May the following candidates for the awards of the master's degrees of the University of Nairobi please arise. Master of Science in Animal Nutrition and Feed Science, Njeri Felix Mushiri. Ogega Edith Bosibori. Master of Science in Leather Science, Mutuku Maxwell. Master of Science in Pharmacology and Toxicology, Ivayo Roni Musinya, Kanji Benson Muthe, Kimathi Purity Kanana, Kirwa Eli Kipchumba, Odira Halvins Omondi. Master of Veterinary Epidemiology and Economics, Ahmed Abdiaziz Abdullahi. Master of Veterinary Medicine, Gakuru Moses Irungu. Master of Science in Veterinary Pathology and Diagnostics, Kamuti Nicodemus Mutinda. Master of Veterinary Public Health, Abdidik Mohamed Yusuf. Chepiatich Dorcas. Babu Christine Makena. Mohamud Abdisamad Mohamed Dalo. Please be seated. May the following candidates for the award of various bachelor's degrees of the University of Nairobi please arise. Bachelor of Science in Wildlife Management and Conservation, second class honors, upper division, serial 1 to 2. Second class honors, lower division, serial 3 to 7. Pass, serial 8. Bachelor of Veterinary Medicine, serial 1 to 33. Serial 34 to 38. Serial 69 to 89. Bachelor of Science in Fisheries and Aquaculture Management, second class honors, upper division, serial 1. Pass, serial 2 to 3. Bachelor of Science in Leather Science and Technology, pass, serial 1 to 8. Please be seated.
Madam Chancellor, time to award the degrees now. May I now call upon all the candidates for award of the respective master's degrees to please arise for conferment of their degrees.
I admit you to the master's degrees, and by my authority and that of the entire university, give power to read and to do all that pertains to this degree. Congratulations.
May all the candidates for award of postgraduate diplomas please arise for conferment.
I award you the respective postgraduate diploma of the University of Nairobi. Congratulations.
And may all the candidates for award of bachelor's degrees please arise for conferment of their degrees.
I admit you to the respective degrees for which you have been educated, trained, examined, and qualified, and by my authority and that of the entire university, give power to read and to do all that appertains to these degrees. Congratulations.
Now may all the candidates for award of diplomas arise for award of diploma.
I award you the respective diplomas of the University of Nairobi. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Madam Chancellor. You may sit. Thank you very much, Madam Chancellor. We will be bringing this to a close. If you allow, I may now make some closing announcements. Shortly, the Vice Chancellor will dissolve this congregation. Then we will have a prayer and close with a stanza of the national anthem. The exit procession will take a short stop just in front of the Guns building, and we will have a session of photography. We will be guided by the Directorate of Corporate Affairs. And after that, we will have the exit procession, which will take a different direction from the one we took, so that we complete the circle.
By virtue of the authority entrusted to me by Statute 3, Section 3 of the University of Nairobi Statutes of 2013, I declare this assembly dissolved.
For the final blessings, now I commit you to God and to the word of his grace, which can build you up and give you an inheritance among all those who are sanctified. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Go ahead. Graduates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Chancellor, Chairman of Council, Vice Chancellor, management, students, staff, partners, and other stakeholders, we'd like to thank all those who have supported the university towards the success of this graduation ceremony. We have now come to the end of our ceremony today. Congratulations, class of 2022.
Asante sana mabibi na mabwana, wageni waalikwa. Tumefikia tamati ya sherehe za 67 za kufuzu chuo kikuu cha Nairobi, na hatuna budi kuwashukuru wote ambao wamefanikisha sherehe hizi za ufanisi na kufanikisha asante sana, pamoja na afisa wa usalama kaunti ya Nairobi, shirika la usambazaji nguvu umeme nchini, mhandisi wa jiji kaunti la Nairobi, shirika la usambazaji maji la eneo hili, kitengo cha kutoa huduma za kwanza hapa chuoni, bendi ya askari utawala kwa kupeperusha mziki murua na kushirikiana nasi katika sherehe za leo, bila kuwasahau wageni wetu ambao wameacha shughuli zao nyingi muhimu kuweza kujiunga nasi katika sherehe hizi. Hatuna budi kuwashukuru. Mliofuzu, wageni waalika, mabibi na mabwana, tumefikia tamati wa sherehe hizi. Kwa mara nyingine, pongezi kwa nyote mliofuzu. Tunawatakia kila laheri na siku bora zijazo.
Congratulations once again, class of 2022. Your announcers today were Lynette Nunda doing English continuity and Mr. Waweru Joan doing Kiswahili. God bless you all. Thank you.
Home is not a place, it is a feeling. Tracing its roots back to the 50s, the Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences prides itself on giving students and staff alike a memorable experience.
This faculty is one where you walk in, you feel at home.
We are concerned about the students, we are concerned about parents, we are concerned about that. All of these things, we work on them.
Having been built on the emphasis of nurturing art-based skills, the faculty strives towards preparing its students for the industry in that regard, with the focus on creating linkages and partnerships across the board, giving it a competitive edge.
This faculty has produced a lot of notable people, not only in this country, but also outside the country. Many of the alumni before me, after me, have been able to work in different fields.
To be a little bit more specific, in the Department of Sociology, Social Work and African Women Studies, which is a mouthful, we have a student exchange program that links us with Kalamazoo. And that started in the 60s, so you can see it's really grown. Because of cost, of course, we only managed to take 2 students abroad. We tend to pick a female student and a male student.
Acknowledging that diversity is at the core of the faculty's values gives room for the different opportunities availed to the students, accompanied with dependable support systems that help them live up to their purpose.
Last year, around August, we also had some students from the Department of Economics and the Department of Arts. They participated in some innovative competition in South Africa, and they actually became the first runners-up in that competition. We support these students, either financially or even the moral support for them to go for these innovation competitions. At times, they help them get their visas, they help them get their support. So I think the university has really given lots of support to the students.
In preparing students to have a mind of research, we start in year 1. What is research? How does it look like? How do you translate research into meaning-making research, MMR? And then how does that fit into policy? So that thread is what we enable students to do.
How better than to describe the faculty as a community with ever-growing potential? Its future is shining bright with all the advancements it has made and continues making in creating a space for upward trajectory.
So this, in a way, is the source, as you can see, the fountain of knowledge.
The Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, an all-inclusive home open to students from all walks of life.
Now, what we have just witnessed was the conferment and awarding of 3,553 degrees right here at the University of Nairobi by the Chancellor. It has indeed been a colorful event, and we are joined by several dignitaries and administrators of the university who have been with us throughout the event. We are most honored to be hosting, representing the Cabinet Secretary of Education, the Permanent Secretary of the State Department of University Education and Research, joining us on set. Karibu sana.
Asante.
We are most delighted that you could join us today.
Yes.
Having witnessed what has just happened in the hall, how do you feel about the gap being filled by the university in the entire ecosystem of education in the country?
Our university here is doing its role very well. The role of teaching, research, and mentorship of students all the way from diploma level, postgraduate diploma, degree level, master's, and PhD in a wide spectrum of courses. It is playing its real role as a leading university in our country and in the region. So I feel very proud that the university is serving the nation in the correct way. And of course, it has a very rich history. At this moment, we feel even very proud that our own president, His Excellency, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, is an alumnus of this university, together with the deputy president, the two speakers of the National Assembly, and the majority of members of parliament are products of this university. So we have a large variety of technocrats leading in many areas of development of our nation and even in the political leadership of our country. We feel proud of this university, and we are very hopeful that those who are coming out of this university will follow the right track to the right positions of leadership, not only in this country, but in the region and across the world.
Lovely, thank you very much. And just to allude to something you mentioned during the ceremony, how is the Ministry of Education coming in to support the mandates or the efforts that the university is putting in place to achieve its mandates?
The ministry supports development of the university and supports development of human resource. We coordinate with the National Treasury to avail capitation, which supports the teaching staff, the non-teaching staff, and through Higher Education Loans Board, we also give grants and loans to students who may not afford university fees so that they gain access and have an opportunity to study, build capacity, and be the best they can be for humanity. Yes.
All right. Thank you very much for joining us and giving us the honor of speaking to you.
Thank you.
Yes, we're most honored. All right, so that is a word from the Ministry of Education. Now, in the course of this event as well, we were able to confer one individual with what is referred to as honoris causa. We'll be having him on set with us just to give us a feel of this honor that he has received and how this partnership is going to improve relations with the university. Thank you
Good
very
morning.
much, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon already, yes.
And congratulations.
Thank you.
On your award. And you spoke quite well during the ceremony. I would just want to ask one question.
Yes.
Now that you have joined the community of University of Nairobi,
Right.
how do you feel universities joining the African Adaptation Acceleration Program is very important.
Yeah, it's very important. Why? One, first, the realization that Africa is on the brink of collapse because of the climate emergency. I think that reality is there. It's even more profound here in Kenya with the largest drought in over the last 40 years. So we have developed, indeed, the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program, 25 billion US dollars over 5 years. We have mobilized $12.5 billion. But I mean, we can speak about billions, we can speak about the trillions, we can speak about the millions, but at the end of the day, action needs to happen on the ground for those vulnerable people living on the front lines. What we see in across Africa, but particularly in Kenya, adaptation solutions exist. Whether it's a sand bank in Kisumu or climate smart agriculture in the northern part of the country, but they need to be scaled. This cannot only be done by government. Government has an important role to play, but governments need partners. We need the private sector, we need a civil society, but particularly what we need, youth constituency to come up with frank and bold solutions. What differentiates students from the rest of the world? Students are bold and bright, they're forward-looking. They don't think of the things which are not possible, but they think of the things which are possible. That energy, that sort of positive spirit, that's precisely what the climate emergency needs. So I'm very humbled now joining the University of Nairobi community. And I take it as sort of my responsibility to work not just with faculty, not just with the deans, but particularly with the students in the coming years to partner on the climate adaptation agenda. It's good for jobs, it's good for growth, and quite frankly, it's good for the climate at the same time.
Thank you very much. That is pretty challenging, and we hope that the students will continually, having been challenged by how you have spoken about it, be challenged to take it up more and more.
Yeah, but one thing on that, this may sound very challenging. It may sound very difficult, but difficult is not impossible. That's my departing message to the students here at this university.
Wow. Thank you so much. Congratulations
Thank you
once
so much
again.
indeed. Thank you.
All right. So that has been our graduate who has just received the Doctor of Science PhD. Now we will be going back to the hall for the continuation of the panel discussion, and we'll be joining you shortly.
Fully fledged faculty as what is today proudly termed as the law school that gave birth to a majority of all the legal experts in the country.
It is therefore one of the original faculties of the University of Nairobi, and as we have said, it is the oldest and it was the first law school. For a long time, was actually the only law school until around 1984-85.
In running a national training program for the legal profession, the School of Law has molded its students into well-renowned practitioners ranging from lawyers, judges, cabinet and principal secretaries, and some of the alumni assuming major elective posts in the country.
Actually, the entire composition of the Supreme Court is made up of our alumni and many of the prominent lawyers who are there, presenting.
With over 500 students graduating every year with a law degree, the graduates set out into the world in full confidence of their experience due to the high level of the comprehensive legal training that is offered at the school.
We also have these mentorship programs that take place during the long holidays. We see students going abroad, taking part in the moot courts, and also improving themselves in other areas.
The Bachelor of Laws is a diverse program that places students in different areas of the industry and not just the commonly anticipated professions. The University of Nairobi Law School has adopted different mechanisms to help its students realize the beauty and diversity of this industry.
And at the latter end of the program in the fourth year, the students are exposed to electives where they can select thematic areas which would then help them to start to engage with their areas of interest. We also have externship programs where our students are attached to various legal sectors not just in the judiciary, but even in the public corporate sector, the NGO world, and government bodies.
I've gotten so many opportunities that come with law. I've gotten to meet the bigwigs in the legal arena, and I'm glad to have gotten a few scholarships here and there and internships too.
The highly esteemed School of Law, a golden jubilee later, continues with its mission to nurture young legal practitioners in the nation and beyond the borders with the hope for a better Kenya, a Kenya where the rule of law and justice will always prevail.
Good afternoon. We started this in the morning, and I'm happy that you're still here with us in the afternoon. We've even had a change of locations. We have witnessed the graduation procession as well as watched a couple of videos on faculties and heard from different personnel concerning the whole graduation ceremony. Although I do want to know what both of you think about today and, of course, what you'd have to say to the graduating class.
Very inspirational time. Again, passing my warm congratulations to the graduating class. Very useful messages which have been passed across to the graduates by the various speakers. And one of the biggest message, even for me, sitting there at the audience, I got was, do the little you can in the biggest way possible, and that contribution will change the world. So the graduates have been sent out to go and change the world using what they have. They've been well prepared, they've been tested, and now they've been sent out. So my challenge for them is just utilize the knowledge you've gotten, think outside the box, and now let us translate knowledge into practice. Once we do that, we'll make this a better world. And the other thing I also got is represent the University of Nairobi well out there, because you have been trained. And I like the message from the ambassador, the representative from the Ministry of Health, that you can't just pass through the University of Nairobi and go out there and be ordinary. Go out there and do extraordinary things, which are going to represent you and the university you pass through well. That's a big message.
That's an amazing takeaway. How about you, Dr. Otieno?
Thank you again and good afternoon. 67 and going strong. I think University of Nairobi is the world-class university that it is. The message to the graduates today is that, like Patrick said, they have now climbed the mountain and they are now on top. They are very good things after getting that certificate from the University of Nairobi. As Catherine has said, go outside there, be the best ambassador for the University of Nairobi, because the University of Nairobi is counted among the top universities in Africa, among the top universities in the world, so there's nothing limiting you. Go outside there and excel. Be the best in what you have been told to go and do.
Okay, thank you very much. But that is easier said than done. Perhaps we could delve deeper in it by giving some testimonials and some success stories from some of your own students or your own.
Right, let me start. I've been teaching at the university for a very long time. Many of my students are into groundbreaking discoveries wherever they have been. And this is testimonial to what I've just been said. We talk about the presidency in this country. Dr. William Ruto was our graduate, I think, about 3 years ago. And there he is now as the president of this country. And that is just to give one example, but there are very many students from the University of Nairobi who have excelled beyond our expectation, or they have used the skills that you have given them to excel. Let me give an example. In dentistry, we have had Professor Kamenyi being the ambassador to Belgium. He's just been recalled back. He's a dental graduate from the University of Nairobi. And we have many people holding various positions. I believe the person leading the African Academy of Sciences Dr. Judith Mumbo, also graduate from the University of Nairobi. The list is long. It's really, really long. You can go through each faculty and pick just a few, and you realize that the University of Nairobi, being world-class, really empowers individuals to excel in what they do.
Thank you. And you don't need to look very far. Start right from our very own Dr. Fred here. He's an alumni of this university. I also went through this system, so we are all over. And the good thing, and we had it even here, most of the people running the economy in Kenya, worldwide, they have all gone through the University of Nairobi. So University of Nairobi is really a world-class university, committed to scholarly excellence, and it is seen by the kind of graduates they put outside there and the work they are doing. All our lecturers here who impact knowledge, 99% have gone through the same system. The people working in the University of Nairobi, they have gone through the same system. So the university is good enough that it can train you and take you back to come and impact and practice the skills it has given. And with the room given growth, networking, linkages, I mean, you can see it all over in all sectors, and for that we are proud. And we want to tell the graduates that they have joined a good team. There's a lot of a lot of goodwill out there. If you're looking to get references, people to vouch for you, you will get them quite easily because they are all over represented in the different fields in the country.
That's true. I couldn't have put it in any better way. But there are two recurring words I'd like to pick up from both of your statements. One is expectations, and the other is world-classness in description of the university. When we joined this school, there were a lot of expectations placed on us because we're in the #1 university in the region. And I can imagine there are even more expectations once we're leaving its doors. So how would we live up to these expectations? How do we ensure that we carry on with the school's legacy?
Yeah, for me, I would say really it's just practicing what you've been told, because the University of Nairobi has a culture, and it has a culture of excellence. So if you do, like we mentioned, the little you can, it could be small steps, but do it with determination and to the best of your knowledge. And then set the standards for yourself, set the standards to be better than you are and to keep learning. Critical thinking, very important. Operating outside the box, dare to discover, to question. That's where we said research comes in. Let's not accept things that it always happens like that. We need to ask, is there another way? What can I do different from where I sit? So use the resources you have, the opportunities you've been given. We were also challenged that you have everything you need to succeed. You actually just need. It was interesting to hear, if you only use a fifth of the potential
very
you
proud
have,
of you,
you can
and we want
actually
to
rule
first
the
wish you
world.
all the best.
So,
We want to
and
also
the challenge
wish you
is
success
most
in all
of
the
us use
ventures you're
much
going to
less.
undertake.
So
We are
just
very
struggle to
confident
use that.
on the skills, the notions, and all the tools we have already implemented with you. We are now colleagues. We welcome you back as colleagues, as fellow researchers, as collaborators, so that we can work together in that team spirit that we've already cultivated in you to transform lives.
We have prepared them well. They are well equipped. They now need to do it by exam. And therefore I wish them the very best. And we look forward to now profile them and our alumni profile.
We are very proud of you. We congratulate you and wish you well. We also like to congratulate and thank your sponsors and your parents who made it possible for you.
As you go out there, remember the education that you got may open new doors and extremely new frontiers that you may not have thought of.
I would like to congratulate all the graduates, both undergraduates, our master's students and our PhD students, for great work that they have done. They're accomplished already. We have made them fit for the world, We've made them change agents, let them go and change the world with their ideas.
I wish to congratulate all those who graduate, both at the level of certificate, diploma, the bachelor's degree, the postgraduate diploma, master's, and the PhD who are going to graduate. I give them my congratulations and welcome them to continue researching and working with us.
We are very proud of you for your achievements. This is a testament to the hard work that you have put in at the faculty, and also an acknowledgement of the work that those who support you in the administration and the teaching faculty, what they have put in your lives.
Allow me to congratulate our students who are graduating. We know we have trained them well. They are ready to work. They have all the skills. They have all that they take to make it. And we know they're the best. They are graduating from the best university in this region, and they have all the skills.
All right, so thank you for sharing that with us. I think we were at the point where you were telling us that you do not believe in failure. So that we could also see your point of view.
Let me start by saying that's true. I come from a school of thoughts, just like when you're in nursery school. Remember, when in nursery school, every effort is rewarded. Nobody actually fails. And that's true for life. Why should you use a negative word like failure? I'll give an example. When in class 8, you do your exams, it's just a measure of your capabilities. Due to many circumstances, you might not be in the top 400, but you have your 195 marks. You join secondary school. At the end of 4 years, you end up with an A. So did that person fail in class 8? The answer is no. They have been given another opportunity to excel in their life. So where I come from, negative words like failure, when somebody has done an exam, it was for a particular purpose. Whatever grade they have, they come out with. How can you utilize that grade to maximize? And I believe in this country, we believe in that because after Form 4, you realize that there are those ones who join the university, there are those ones who join technical colleges, there are those ones who join the village polytechnics, and at the end of a certain period of time, you'll go to the village and you find the plumber who is doing an excellent job has come from the village polytechnic. You'll go to the village and you'll find the administrator who is there came from the university. So can you say the person who went to the village polytechnic failed? No. They are now a very useful member of the society and they're contributing immensely to the well-being of that particular society and the country at large. Because whatever they're doing, they are earning income, they are paying their taxes, and the government will be able to run very successfully. Yes.
That's perfectly said. And perhaps to wind up, since some of us are still here in the graduating hall, you could give us a parting shot to go home with.
I think to me, to the graduates, is that today is a very great day in your life. Kindly, as you have heard, you have been told by many speakers today, it's just the beginning. You have been given the power to go out there and do all that appertains to what you have just been awarded.
Thank you, Dr. Otieno.
Just echo Dr. Otieno's words. To the grant ones, today is a great day. Some of you are getting out to the job market for the first time. A lot of expectations. So it is possible, it's doable. Some people start from somewhere. Start from where you are. Utilize the knowledge you have gained. Think outside the box. Be optimistic. You have the rest of your life ahead of you. You have started sharpening your tools. You have the tools for the trade. Please go out there and make use of them. Be the best. Represent the University of Nairobi well. And we wish you a good life. Thank you.
Okay, there we have it. That was Dr. Catherine and Dr. Otieno. And I was your host, Hope Nabalayo. And we had a wonderful panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.